Welcome to something special. Welcome to TEDx. This TEDx event is part of a global conversation that takes place every day in every corner of the world. In schools, in theaters, in workplaces, even in prisons, people gather to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. More than 3,000 TEDx events are held every year in 170 countries. It's a remarkable thing. TEDx events are self-organized under a license from TED, a non-profit organization devoted to discovering and sharing powerful ideas in the form of TED Talks. It's not TED itself, but your local TEDx team of volunteers that has done all the work to put on today's event, including booking all of the speakers. It's this team's ideas, dedication, and time that have made this possible. We really hope today's program sparks an exciting conversation. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you will take out. And now, on with the show.
What's the very first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word connection? Let's see right now. Close your eyes. And what do you picture when you hear me say connection? Open your eyes again. And if the first thought you had is related to phone, computer, technology, the internet, raise your hand. If what you first thought of is related to friends, family, people, relationships in your life, raise your hand. Isn't it fascinating that the exact same word, connection, can both be related to scrolling Instagram on your phone and being intimate with your partner? Maybe you didn't raise your hand because for you, connection first meant sustainability or creativity. Our whole world is based on connection, from connecting people to connecting ideas. Today, we're taking connection to a whole new level. I'm Katie Stoddard, the host for today, and connection is what I live for. As a coach, I'm passionate about connecting people to what matters most in their life and in their work. It is an honor to be here with you today. Here in the center of Gothenburg and through the maritime industry, connection is at the very heart of Gothenburg, as it is the largest port in the Nordic countries. Curiosity brought you here, and emotion will keep you here. Be prepared to laugh, to cry, to be moved, and to connect with each other and all of the amazing speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to TEDx Gothenburg. And a very big thank you to all of our partners, TEDxGöteborg Co, Nudie Jeans, and AV1. The event will be divided in 3 parts. There'll be 10 amazing speakers, several musical acts, and in between each part, there'll be a 45-minute break, and you can use the opportunity to connect and also to use the restrooms and the cafeteria that are right outside behind you. As the event is being filmed live, please remember to keep your phone switched off. If a phone rings, the speaker will have to repeat the last few minutes of their speech. So once more, please remember to keep your phone off. enough of the practicalities, let's get started. In life, there are 3 taboos: money, sex, and death. Today, each of these topics will be covered. In TEDx, there are no taboos. We start off with the evening with the first topic of money. How can you make your money work for you? Our next speaker is an independent economist, author, and lecturer. He worked as a journalist and in the last decades as a public economist for Avanza Bank. He's well known for his talk shows on economy in sports arenas and for supporting families in the Swedish television series Låna för livet, Borrow for life. Please welcome to the stage Claes Hemberg.
Money used to look like this not long ago. But today it's more like they are somewhere else. People feel like or experience their money is like trembling, scaring roller coaster going up and down, turning left and right. And we don't really know where they are heading, where they are. Today, we're going to look into tools to grab the money we all have. To grab the money we have in future, to grab the money we have today. 3 tools can make your money much more powerful, much more predictable than any time before. These tools are already used by companies and businessmen. Since really ages they've been using these tools, and now they're available for anyone. For you, and even for you back there. Supporting families, individuals, authorities since more than 20 years now with these tools. I know, as an economist, as a journalist, you can get something like 3 or even 4 extra salaries out of these tools, simple tools, by just using them. Extra salaries, monthly salaries every year. There's a lot of money going on there, passing through fingers of a lot of people. And today the tools are ready, free, available for you. Starting, we have seen protests, demonstrators on this matter for years, really. People have been protesting about costs in Sudan, where they have too expensive bread, or too expensive petrol in Paris, or too expensive bus tickets in Brazil lately. It's all about cost, expenses. This is quite a new thing to protest all about. When I was young, quite recently, right, I was hearing a lot of protests that people stopped buses and so on and protest about salaries, gains from their employers, incomes. But today people talk about outcomes, costs. It's a whole new world, a whole new way of looking at money. And that's why we need new views, new tools, new thoughts to manage our money the right way to benefit ourselves and no one else out there. To help us out, I brought 3 different life stories. My grandfather, Assar, my own father, Bertil, and his son, well, that's me then. They worked and used money in very different ways since they have different life situation. My grandfather, Assar, he had his field not far away from here as a farmer, working with the horse and a plow, every day, hard-working, in the very same way as people have done since 7,000 years back, the whole farming age, in the very same way, really. The trouble here is he worked hard, but he didn't change his way of working, so didn't society either change. Putting a number on this is the change in society in those days wasn't on the very lowest level, like the very first gear of development, or as an economist would say, the GDP growth of 1%. And suddenly it all ended after 7,000 years. We had a great cut, where my father comes around. He was brought on the field, but noticed there was a city close by. So he moved there, got education, the first one in his family's history who got a proper education. He got to work, he started to use machines, cool new machines no one ever heard about before. And the coolest machines was one used at home, the washing machines, because that machine made it possible for women to leave home to get to work in the industry also. So all these different factors changed the economy from the very foundation in a very short time, from that one level, farming age, to the city age, where the growth or the change in society really, peaked at 7%. It was a huge success as history developed. A great economic leap of mankind. Every society in those days doubled its economy in just 7 or 8 years. From having no change at all, we had all change. And all people almost felt free, rich, and lucky in some way, because the change made it possible for people to change their lives. But that time, that period also had an ending after 150 years. And we're now into my time, or our time really, our generation. We are quite much born in the city, and we use cool machines also, don't we? Like internet or phones or maybe robotics. But they don't change society in that fundamental way that earlier machines did. So it's only about a fifth of society today in the Western world which works, develops, and changes the world in a more, obvious way. Most people instead work with healthcare or education, stuff that really are needed to keep society running. Administration, bus drivers, all these persons are very much needed in society to keep society smoothly running, but it doesn't grow that much anymore. So what are the level now? What's the number we're now talking about? We had quite a slow down now during 50 years. So now we're down at the second gear of change, or second level of change, almost at the same level as my grandfather, the farmer, had. So the question is, are we poor like farmers now? No, not at all. If you only look at the salary growth, yes, we're not that fortunate. It doesn't grow that much anymore. But we have gained others very strong powers, which we mostly forget. One of them is job stability. We don't have famines like in those days with the farming age. They starved every 6 years. We don't do that anymore. We have health care, we have health education, we have job security, and also freedom of money. All these powers are very important when we now dig down and get a grip on the tools of your money. Having that in your backyard, it will be much easier to use this money in the very best way. So which are the tools then? Well, we have 3 of them, really. The first one is prize money. The second one is time money. And the third one is trust money. Different ways of looking on the very same coins of ours, but using them in different situations to get more money out of the very same salaries we already have. 3 or even 4 extra salaries every year for you. The very first then, prize money. This is where you decide the price on the coins, everything you earn from your employment. You can put the value on those coins and decide what their price really are, like a merchant of your own money, really. This was not possible during my farming grandfather age. No, sorry to say that. Out of those 10 coins people earned in those days, most money, 8 of them, went for buying food. So people's freedom of money was very, very limited, only 2 of those 10 coins. When he arrived to a shop, for instance, to buy a shirt, the output on the market, the suppliers on the markets, didn't have much of shirts, so he chose between 1, maybe 2 shirts at the shop. So his freedom of choice was even more narrow. What about his freedom of price? Who decides the price when there's a lack of products on the market? Unfortunately, not my grandfather. No, the seller. So my poor grandfather had to pay quite an expensive price for the only single shirt around in the shop, maybe for weeks. Today, this has all changed. Out of the money we earn today, our 10 coins, we use only 2 for buying food. So our freedom of money is huge compared for any time really in human history. What about the freedom of choice? Arriving at internet is much cooler than that shop where my farming grandfather went. So there are thousands of shirts, or maybe even more, out there for me to buy in my perfect size and everything. What about the freedom of price? Who decides the price on the market now? This is a tricky question. How many of you say it's me as a customer who decides the price on the shirt I decided to buy? Or how many think it's maybe the seller? Please raise your hand. How many believes in me as a competitive consumer? Oh, that was, if I'm positive, half of you. But I need to encourage really all of you, because you are now the queen and the king, or maybe the emperor of prices out there. Because there is an output which is huge, and the demand is smaller. Well, the competitiveness of you is much greater than the competitiveness of shirts. So you decide the price, not on every shirt around, but on the very shirt you decide to buy, or every car, or every sofa. But how do you get that power in your hand? How do you get across those sellers screaming out cheap, or Black Friday, or for sale? How do you get around those people? Well, you have to ask yourself really 3 questions. The first one is your need, not what you want, because you want everything. I know that. No. What you need is the question. Ask your neighbor or your friend about that. And the second question is, to what price? So what am I ready to pay for this need? Then you get a fair picture of your situation, right? But you forgot something, which is the date. When do I need this thing? Do I need the sofa right now, or in 6 months' time? If I have 6 months to look around, to think, and so on, I maybe make a better choice, and a cheaper choice, a quality choice, everything. So need, price, and when, the date. That's the basic. Helping families with these simple questions and supporting them to do these choices. They get something like 2 or 3 extra salaries from their very own money. Their money they earn every year, they get 2 or 3 extra salaries from the very same money around. So it's no new money, it's just working with the money in a more, would you say, professional way. You're moving from being a consumer, a passive consumer accepting Black Friday, to become a merchant of your own money, where you decide the price and when and how to use them. Now I need to confess, I bought a white white suit once, lovely looking. I thought, because the price was that very attractive, I couldn't stop walking by that shop without buying it. But when I arrived home to get dressed for that party, the size was all wrong, too large. So I got the price all right, but I forgot the need. I didn't need a large white suit. And I wonder who did, but I never used it. And so I learned my lesson. But to you then, please catch the need, catch your price, and what date you really need these things you're buying. And you move from being that passive consumer to being the active merchant of your own money. And ask friends, ask your family. Maybe they have experience and can support you. That was the first price money we have to use. The second one is time money. It's a completely new money around. This is about those money you don't use already right now. The one you put aside for happy days further on. How do we get to use them? Well, we demand growth. They can work for us. They can become more if we doesn't use them, but we put them in better conditions to help them around. This was not possible at all when my grandfather was around. He left his extra money on a bank account for decades where they didn't grow significantly. And you people, I know, you put money around too, put money aside for future, but we need to demand growth. And how do you do that? Well, remember what I mentioned before about the partial growth in society. Yes, we have a society which today grows. About 1/5 of society is growing more rapidly. That's where we're supposed to put our extra money, growing. And so how do you find them? Well, it's quite easy. It's a word we need to use a learn. It's mutual fund. You can really find them anywhere. And it's an easy way of saving your money in companies, not one, but many. And how will it develop then? How effective or interesting is this? Well, the easy rule here is you put away 3 coins, they'll become 4 in something like 3 or 4 years. 3 coins become 4. Is that good or bad? Well, that was most professionals are looking for, that certain growth. So they are happy with it, and so I think we should also be. The third step is the most funny or happy step around here, is to use that 4th coin. We have put away 3 coins, and we get that 4th coin. Use that profit coins to celebrate something, so you can leave the time, money, machine coins still go on working for you. In that way, you have money arriving to you once in a while to support you in your daily life. And you know, you have 3 or 4 years to wait. You can't wait just 1 week, because that won't change money very much. You have to wait for those years to come. And you got the time money in your hand. And what really happens is you're leaving the role of having sleeping money in your pocket, and being more like a demanding self-banker, really, demanding growth of your own money without putting any work or any efforts into them. That's a very easy way of getting 1 extra salary, not every year, but maybe every 2nd year. Try it. It's worthwhile, since it doesn't cost any work, really. The 3rd coin we have at our disposal is our trust money. What is this? Well, this is when we use our trust. The trust that we will work, the trust we will use money, earn money, that will arrive to our employer every week and so. That trust we can use to get a much better price on our long commitments, reoccurring costs like mortgages or insurances or subscriptions in a different way, electricity or telecom services. All these things we buy every second of our life. Whether we are awake or asleep or sick or at work, we do consume these services, don't we? And these are large money we're talking about, maybe probably the most important money to have focus on here. Just looking at the mortgage people paying is often 1 extra salary every year. Just keep it in your pocket instead of the bank's pocket. And then we have the others commitments also when it comes to trust money. But how do you get around then? How do you get the grip on this trust money? Well, we have 3 steps here, which is quite easy. The very first one is to don't trust your old supplier. Does it make you smile? I hope so, because we're so loyal. We think to the very old supplier we had. We have the same telecom service for 10 years, and we are full for 9, something like that. And the bank is about the same. So please, invite new suppliers. 3 suppliers at least, and forget the old one. Haven't they done any better since 10 years back? Well, you can have a new one. So reach out for 3 new suppliers when it comes to mortgage, telecom service, or whatever, all these long needs. And tell them, I'm in for a change. I want a new supplier, a better, tougher, cheaper, maybe, supplier. Because they like when you reach out for them and say, I'm ready for a change. Then they open their minds and give you a very good offer. So please reach out and say you're in for a change. That's the really most important step. You don't have to be rich. You can be just an ordinary man, and you can have a much better life with a cheaper mortgage maybe. The thing here is to negotiate, move from being that passive acceptance person and being negotiating towards the bank or towards the insurance company. And negotiating is not that tough as it sounds. And the last step, every 3rd or maybe 4th year, you would once again invite new suppliers and say, I'm in for a change. I'm serious, I want to change. To be loyal to yourself is to be illoyal to your long suppliers because they don't help you that much. I recently found out that we have different telecom services in my family, and so I put all of them together, and it was one of those negotiations everyone can do, a simple one. Or the mortgage is even more money we can help us out with. In this way, you move from being the passive acceptance person to be a negotiator, the cool guy reaching out and get a lot of offers and can keep about 3 extra salaries maybe in your own pocket instead of giving them away. So now you know. Now you know the tools. We have the prize money, where you decide the price on every coin you use if you want to become that, merchant of your own money. You have the time money, where you demand growth of the money you don't use and becomes your own banker almost. And the third one was the trust money, where you put your engagement, your commitment into the long-running costs to negotiate a lot better price or quality in the long-running demands that you really have. That's what money is all about. So how do you get started now, you wonder? Well, that's very simple, really. It takes about some hours, like watching maybe 2 or 3 action films or action movies, but I'm talking real action, So that's the easy way. The very last simple question is really how to get started. Well, you book yourself in your own calendar next week, 2 hours, that's what's needed. Maybe watch it speak again and just get started. And by the way, the coin is right here. Thank you.
In today's world, we're constantly connected. Most of the time, though, this is through technology. How do you feel that technology has supported you to connect with others? How can you optimize your use of technology? Our next speaker is a professor of software engineering at Chalmers University and Lappeenranta University in Finland. She's one of the founders of the Sustainability Design Initiative that aims to advance the research on sustainability in IT. She coined the term software engineering for sustainability. And in the past 3 years, she has integrated her education as a yoga teacher and as an embodied mindfulness coach to focus on the well-being and resilience of people and society. Please welcome to the stage Birgit Pensenstadler.
Sustainability and resilience. Will technology save us? Have you ever felt like throwing your phone out the window or slamming your laptop shut forever? And ever? Technology can help us feel connected and be efficient, or get us overwhelmed and stressed out. Like me 13 years ago, during my PhD, when I burned out. Because I'm a stubborn German, I still became a software engineering professor plus a certified yoga teacher. In this talk, I'll show you the bridge in between the two, from a breathing technique to a sustainability tool. We know from research that stress leads to our body being in survival mode. It is fight or flight or freeze. When that happens, we tend to disconnect from our values. For example, when I'm really stressed out, I have a harder time being kind. Can you relate? How do we change that? We get back into our bodies. We reboot our nervous system, and we reconnect with our intentions. That's the latest 3 years of my research on a technique to gently reset the nervous system, to increase well-being in our bodies during technology development. Birgit, why there? Because we unconsciously embed our values into the systems we design. And these systems happen to run our world. When I speak about well-being, developers tend to listen because I'm perceived as one of theirs. I might call it biohacking for some of them. Would you think that taking a deep breath can lead to more sustainable technology development? Let's try it out. With you as technology users. I love experiments. I'm a researcher. Are you willing to join me? Thank you. Here's the secret sauce. First, we get into presence via breathing technique. Then we explore a question around technology. And then we choose an aligned action. For the presence, this breathing technique, according to research, is the quickest and most effective way to relax our nervous system. We will take a double inhale and a slow exhale. The first inhale goes into the belly. The second inhale goes into the chest. That kicks your relaxation response. And then we take a slow exhale all the way. Have you ever seen a little child calm themselves down after they cried really hard? They go something like, same principle. Let me show you, and then we do it together. First, inhale into the belly. Inhale into the chest. Exhale. Now do it with me. We'll do 2 breaths together. Inhale belly. Inhale chest. Exhale. Inhale belly. Inhale chest. Exhale. How do you feel now? Bit more present? Bit more energized? Grounded? Good. Welcome back. We get to the second part. The question. Think of how you use technology in your everyday life. Your phone, your tablet, your computer, and why? What is your intention? Is it connection? Is it maybe time efficiency? What is one thing that currently gets in the way of your intention? Maybe it's checking email first thing in the morning or getting sucked into social media at night. For me, I get sidetracked while writing research articles by a random idea. I want a pet. Maybe a parrot. And then I wander off researching that. Short term, the impact is that I procrastinate. Long term, the impact would be that I don't publish any articles, except maybe about parrots. This is where we get to the third part, the alignment action. Come back to your intention. Maybe it was the community connection or the time efficiency. What is one little specific change you commit to right now? One habit that can align your actions better with your intentions. For my example, it is doing focused writing tasks offline and researching other ideas later on. Which habit will you replace? Bravo! You've successfully calmed down your nervous system, reflected on a question about technology, and chosen an aligned action for the future. I have sneakily gotten you grounded and paying attention to what I say. In my research work with companies, I do this for a longer list of questions for both the use and the development of technology. For example, how do we make sure users trust the system? Or what happens if millions of people start using the system a lot? We then analyze the impacts, put them in an overview diagram, and recommend actions to the companies. Birgit, why do we need that? Because we want to live sustainably, but we have been discounting the long-term side effects of technology. In the environment, we see collapsing ecosystems. One contributor to environmental pollution is electronic waste. Those old phones and computers either sit in a dark drawer at home, or if we recycle them, which should be good, right? They mostly end up in toxic piles in Africa or China or India. Mountains of it. For the social impacts, we see a degrading society. For example, in how people sometimes treat each other on social media. There are increasing teenage suicide rates due to cyberbullying and unhealthy media consumption. It is designed to be addictive. Do you know anyone who gets a bit fidgety when they're without their phone for too long? To catch such side effects earlier, my colleagues and I have developed a tool that looks at the impacts of software systems over time. We have used it in several universities around the globe and in different industry sectors. By the way, it is free for everyone. SUSAF, spelled SUSAF, is short for Sustainability Analysis Framework. It is a structure to help think of potential outcomes. It lets stakeholders from management and development forecast potential impacts. We use two concepts to structure that: the dimensions of sustainability and the orders of impact. I'll illustrate both of them using the example of Post-it notes. We start with the dimensions. The individual dimension is a person taking care of themselves over the course of their lifetime. I might write something down on a Post-it so I remember it. Call grandma. In the social dimension, it's about living in community. We use Post-its to plan and to communicate. Yoga tomorrow at 6. The environmental dimension is about the resources we use and the waste we create. The economic dimension is about how do we sell those Post-its and make a return on investment. And the technical dimension is about how do we make this product last and the Post-its just sticky enough. Now, those are the 5 dimensions. Where we used to fall short in technology development is considering long-term impacts. Think if we were to use Post-its for all of our communication, it would be covering all of our walls, all of our windows, no overview, no priorities. We get a bit overwhelmed and we produce a lot of waste. Other societies look further. Native American tribe leaders consider the impact of their decisions 7 generations down the road. Can we do that for our decisions? Life changes so fast now. Maybe not 7 generations, but here's a concept that'll help. The 3 orders of impact used in SUSAF. We have the direct impacts, which are the resources used, for example, the trees that go into the paper for the Post-its, and the energy that we use for the process. That is established as life cycle analysis. Now we take it further. The indirect impacts are what the Post-its enable me to do. They could bring efficiency in getting work done, task list. They could bring joy if it's a love note, or harm if it's a passive-aggressive, the dishes are still dirty note next to the sink. Finally, systemic impacts have the largest scale. Maybe some of you know the butterfly effect. It is a theory that says a butterfly may flap its wings on one side of the globe, and on the other side, there is a hurricane that comes out of that. So if we think about millions of people using Post-its a lot to plan and communicate, we can amplify that efficiency or joy or harm, or we could get completely overwhelmed by the amount of Post-its if overused. Post-its everywhere! Can you see the parallel to email these days? Here is what works with the framework and what doesn't. We get positive feedback from companies. Recently, A major global tech company reached out to say, we found this research of yours on the internet, and we're applying it. Great. A Finnish software development company promotes our 5 dimensions on their website. Yes. Companies are excited to see the impacts of their systems clearly labeled. Technology is not neutral. And now they see the human factor in the design decisions. However, when we follow up with companies later on, say 6 months after the workshop, to ask about which actions they implemented, we hear there were other urgent priorities and it is still pending. When I last called one of them, my collaborator was stressed out about a bunch of other due dates. In that case, the insights on sustainability are not taken anywhere. How do we work with that? Deep breath. By coming back into presence and checking whether our day-to-day priorities align with our long-term intentions. What I want you to take away from this TEDx talk is there are short and long-term impacts of technology. The SUSAF framework helps you find them. You can download the workbook for free and try it out. I invite you to. And to come into presence and use these insights. We've gotten to know a breathing technique. You know now how to do the breathing technique. It saved me back in 2009 to recover from my burnout. Practice it 15 minutes a day. It might change your life. You can even use it to help your kids calm down after a temper tantrum, or to help your colleagues at work reset after an intense meeting. Will technology save us? Wrong question. Are we going to save ourselves? And could technology help? It will. If we take a deep breath and remember to align our day-to-day actions with our long-term intentions.
Can you get people interested in climate through dance? Yet, this is what our next act does on a regular basis. These are some of the best dancers in all of Sweden. They're part of the dance company Twisted Feet, and they have a funded project, Passion for Climate. Today, they will perform an extract of their show, 5 Degrees. Without further ado, please give them a big round of applause.
I was once told that the sun was the source of all life. People used to dance for and worship the sun like a god. Wake up at the sunrise, eager to spend the all day outside. Now, it's just so hard to believe. been difficult for us. Large holes in the sky turned the sun against us. People died of heart stroke and skin disease. The drought broadened, crops were destroyed, forest fires rampaged and devoured everything in its wake. All there was left for us was the desolate land once we called home. By now, 1/3 of all organisms had died out due to the extreme climate change. The plants that were left released more carbon dioxide than it could process. With the rising heat came disease and famine. People were forced to live as nomads, constantly searching for a better tomorrow. The time of pollution forced people to flee the cities and turn to the countryside for food and water, leaving behind their old ways of living. Money and social status becomes very insignificant when you have to hunt for berries and plants to survive. As animals in which we had to become, we adapt to a world bereft of all light. You crop what you sow. 25 years of struggle for survival passed. It became 2 degrees warmer.
Let's take a moment to re-enter the room. Most of you are probably interested in living in a healthy way, perhaps even lowering your carbon footprint. Maybe you sort out your waste, or you try to fly less. But how about when you're in a supermarket? This is where our next speaker comes in. He's the founder and CEO of Carbon Cloud, and through combining a business mind and a scientific understanding of climate change and food production, his mission is to change the way the global food industry thinks about food and climate. Please show a very warm welcome to David Bringelson.
"15 years ago, the car industry pretty much ignored the climate crisis and argued that they couldn't do anything about it. Along came Tesla and showed the world that you could build really attractive cars that are electric. Suddenly, the industry had an incentive to act. Today, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single car brand that does not have an electrification strategy. They would just not be taken seriously, and no one would want to hold on to their stock. Ideas matter, and an industry cannot continue ignoring a problem when the solution is staring everybody in the face. The world has decided to solve the climate crisis urgently. Most industries are on top of things. Wind power, solar power, electric cars are booming industries. It makes sense to start with energy systems and fossil fuels, but it can't stop there. The food industry is responsible for 1/4 of the climate crisis, and it needs to be part of a solution if we're ever going to reach our goals. Yet, most people in the food industry and most companies in this industry act as if doing anything about this problem were optional. Why? This industry employs over 2 billion people. That's more than 1 in every 4 people on Earth. It has long and complicated supply chains with little transparency or overview and tight profit margins. Every food product that you find at a retailer today is there due to a long series of decisions that have been taken along this supply chain. Decisions where people have locally optimized for profit, and no one has designed the structure of the whole. This is an example of something called a distributed network. Distributed networks are great for solving and optimizing for complex problems where overview is impossible. With the right configuration, such networks can solve basically any problem. They're, for example, used in the development of artificial intelligence. This specific distributed network, the food supply system, has with an impressive success optimized for the values asked of it. Delivery of high-quality food to a low cost with built-in resilience, constant availability. This is why you always can find a fresh banana at your local retailer, also in the middle of the winter. A century ago, we didn't have that. We had much lower and inconsistent quality, higher prices, and when crops failed, people starved. If this structure, the network structure, the food supply system is so good at optimizing, why is it at a loss for how to deal with the climate crisis? It turns out two key features of the configuration are missing. There's never really been any incentives for anyone to optimize for climate performance. And secondly, the network does not have the requisite tools and mechanisms for reliably communicating climate performance. It doesn't have the capacity to really communicate anything beyond price, quality, and availability. These three are sort of easy. The price, you charge that, you see that, you buy your banana, you know what you pay for it. The quality is easily measurable. You see if the banana has gone bad. And availability, it's easier still. You tend to notice when what you're looking for isn't even there. Go beyond that into less obvious qualities, such as invisible greenhouse gas emissions somewhere along the supply chain that you can't see on the product in your hand. It gets a lot more complicated. And the science for how to assess climate performance is complicated. The industry doesn't know how to proceed. How did the car industry solve this? Well, there is one important difference here. Proving that a car is electric is kind of easy. You quickly find a diesel engine if you start looking for it, and it's there. So the incentives were enough to get the innovation going. Now, what does that imply for us? How do we get the food supply system to start optimize for climate performance and solve their part of the climate crisis? Can this even be done? To begin with, this is a solvable problem. Producing food without causing climate change does not violate the laws of physics. Trust me on this, I'm a physicist. It is also fully compatible with producing delicious, nutritious, tasty, healthy, and unhealthy food, just like we love it today. But we shouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that it's going to happen on its own, or that our governments are going to tell the industry how to do this, nor that the science community is going to come up with all the answers and just tell the industry. No, to solve this one, we are going to need to utilize the knowledge, wisdom, and ingenuity of our distributed network, the food supply system, from the farmers and all the way up to the senior managers of the biggest food conglomerates in the world. For efficient solutions to network problems, such as this one, the decisions need to be taken as close to the information as possible. That means on the ground, where the production actually happens. So how do we reconcile the need to move the decisions to the hands of the people on the ground with the science for how to assess performance being really complicated? A few years ago, when I was a researcher working at Chalmers University of Technology, spending my days thinking about how to solve the climate crisis as a scientist, I was home with my son, who was about 1.5 years at the time. I watched him pick up an iPad, starting his favorite app, selecting a cartoon he wanted to watch, and press play. I had an epiphany. Streaming video from a server in another part of the world to a wireless computer here relies on some incredibly advanced science and technology. You don't have to go back many years and we couldn't do it at all. Yet, now the user interface is simple enough for a toddler to use before he even learns how to speak. Once the science is worked out, using it can be made easy. And if we can get toddlers to do stuff like that, I'm sure we should be able to get the grown-ups in the food supply system to understand the climate consequences of their actions and decisions. There are some things that are really hard for humans, but are trivially easy for computers, such as processing large quantities of data, solving difficult equations, applying rules consistently, keeping secrets, keeping track of who did what and when. So I came up with a plan. It was time for me to leave academia and become an entrepreneur and start fighting the climate crisis as a tech founder, to make all the insights and all the science truly available on a large scale for those who need it, all 2 billion of them. So the plan was to build a large digital network, sort of like Facebook. But instead of connecting friends and family, this network connects actors along the food supply system. All the way from all the farmers, through logistics, through refinement with all its different steps, all the way up to retail. Just like the way they make business in the real world. And instead of using this network for sharing videos of cute cats, which is important in its own right, but it won't exactly solve the climate crisis, this network calculates and shows the climate emissions for every step in food production along this chain, letting every decision maker understand and act on their part of the problem, and then show the world, and more importantly, their specific customers, precisely how good they are, and when they make progress. This is climate transparency. Okay, sounds nice. How do we do this? The platform, digital network, builds on 4 important principles. What is relevant information? There are billions of little business decisions between now and the world having solved the climate crisis by mid-century. These decisions need to be informed on a relevant level. Crucially important here is that you don't need to understand why one option is better for the climate than another option, as long as you understand what the consequences of the choice will be for the climate performance of your own products. Just like how my son didn't need to understand how and why the video started playing on the iPad, as long as he understood which of his actions that made it happen. What is fairness? This will only ever work if everybody trusts the platform. And to get there, every user on the platform must be treated the same. And no rule and no mechanism can ever get implemented unless it can be fairly implemented across the board. If you want your favorite food brands or suppliers to compete on climate performance, they need to trust that they are treated the same and measured the same, or they will not participate at all. Why should we limit transparency to climate performance? To begin with, we don't have to solve all the problems in the world at once. And there are a lot of decision makers out there who will never ever get on this platform if they need to be transparent about everything. They have important trade secrets, such as recipes and other things, that would tremendously hurt their businesses if they were disclosed. So let's not force them. The rules and the results are transparent. The details for every user are not. Which incentives do we need? There needs to be a low barrier for getting started and incentives for increased engagement over time. And the only way to look good on the platform must be to do good in the real world. And rewards for effort. When someone walks that extra mile to collect climate-relevant data that leads to insight, or they make an investment or even innovation that reduces their emissions, they must get benefits for it on the platform. A platform based on these rules can, if it gains momentum quickly enough, become a single source of truth, a shared view of climate information that can unlock the innovation and optimization potential of this network for solving their part of the climate crisis. We know how to do this from a science perspective. We've even already built this thing. So now how do we get our 2 billion people in the food supply system, not to mention the rest of the world, to benefit from this? Our governments are unfortunately ill-equipped for helping here. Their mandates are local by nature, and their decision-making processes are just too slow. This one starts with us, with you, I, your grandmother, people, demanding transparency and voting with our wallets. Start holding your favorite food brands and retailers, or suppliers if you work in the industry, accountable on climate performance, and let them know that there is a market for climate-transparent brands and products. Make sure they understand that we're talking about honest transparency and of the quantitative kind, without oversimplifications such as traffic light schemes. Ask specific questions. What is the climate footprint of this banana? Why? Remember the incentive structure. What does 0.48 kilograms of carbon dioxide equivalent mean? Is it good? Of course, you're not expected to understand that. But you will know that 0.47 is better, right? And that 0 is the end goal. Senior managers, boards, and investors operate in the same way. Give them a number to work with, and they will focus on improving it. They start holding their managers and employees accountable on climate performance. They don't want to get beaten by the competition. Suddenly, climate performance becomes part of marketing, product development, procurement, and even recruitment. These companies move from viewing the climate crisis as an abstract problem they don't know what to do about into a business opportunity. And to be honest, they have to. The world has decided that we're going to solve this problem, so the companies that don't get started soon are probably not going to be around in the future. Do you like steak? Make sure your steak suppliers get the message. The sooner they start working on this, they have a lot of innovation to do, the more likely you are to secure your steak supply for the future. The companies that do start working on this, they start rewarding their employees for collecting climate-relevant data that leads to insights, investments, and innovation. They start paying premium to suppliers that perform better from a climate perspective because it makes their own products perform better. Premium pay for premium performance, that is a strong incentive to join the transparency movement, collect more and more data, and pressure their suppliers for transparency. The digital network grows. Step by step, our 2 billion people in the food supply system start making informed decisions that reduce their emissions and moving the world towards a future where the climate crisis is a thing of the past. Everybody being in control and enjoying the ride all the way. An important message and takeaway here is that labels on products and consumer demand is not expected to solve anything. It's there to get this thing off the ground and get the industry into solution and optimization mode. After all, you cannot grocery shop a basket full of food with a zero climate footprint until there's a wide assortment of kick-ass products with a zero climate footprint to choose from. And we don't have that yet. There are no such products. But it is possible to get there. And to get there, we need the specific labels that can differentiate between 0.48 and 0.47. Or the many little steps of investment in innovation will not be visible and will never happen. Rewards for effort. And consumers can put the incentive in place, just like they've done for electric cars once they saw that it's possible. A distributed network of food producers will take care of the rest and solve this problem for us in no time.
How quickly time flies. We've already reached the time where it's a break. You have a 45-minute break, and you can use the opportunity to connect and talk with the speakers, to meet each other, and also to use the restrooms and the cafeteria that are behind. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all in 45 minutes, and please be here a few minutes before. Welcome back. TEDxGöteborg is a non-profit organization. We wouldn't be able to host these types of events without our valuable partners who share our values. TEDxGöteborg is very grateful to these partners who made it possible for us to be here today and to share this event with you. This event would also not be possible without a team of volunteers, the TEDx team, who organize this, who find the venue, find the speakers, coach the speakers. And all of this is done by a team of volunteers. Please welcome to the stage the program director, Vanja Eide.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Vanja. So tell us, what is TEDxGöteborg?
Well, we are part of the TED Talks organization, with the larger umbrella that they are, and we have a special license to arrange events here in Gothenburg. We have been around since 2010, and we've been doing events almost every year, bigger or smaller ones. We are, as you said, a non-profit. So no one you see on stage here today is being paid. Katie's not being paid. I'm not being paid, even though we're worth it, I know. Everyone here today, all the speakers, it was so lovely. They're here to volunteer of their time, their passion, and their skills, because we all believe in this idea of ideas worth sharing, that it should be free to kind of like spread, disseminate, start good conversations.
And I'm sure a lot of people here are wondering, how do you find the speakers?
Yeah, we get that question a lot. Or how can I be a speaker? Yeah, it's can be a pretty long process, and it's confusing for a lot of people, because what is this concept of an idea? And I can kind of illustrate it with this random story from my childhood, when I found this quote in a book that, wow, it just resonated with me. So prepare to be as amazed as 8-year-old me when I read this. So I'm looking through this book, and it says, wherever you go in life, your nose will get there first. Wow, I was like, just thinking about, yes, wherever you walk, your nose literally walks into the room first. And that's kind of what we see when we get pitches from speakers who want to come and share their stories on stage. Is it an idea they're pitching? Or are they coming and telling us, well, I've started a successful company, I want to do a TED Talk, or, you know, I've invented something, I should come and talk about this. I'm an award-winning speaker, I should speak at your event. Is that an idea, or is it something else they're selling? That no, we don't want to sell anything. We want to share something that everyone can take part of. And anyone can actually apply to be a speaker or nominate someone else. On our website, TEDxGöteborg.com, there is a form you can go in and nominate yourself or someone else.
Yes, it sounds to me from what you're saying that what really matters is the idea behind it, more than how great a speaker the person is, as long as they're passionate about the idea. Wonderful. And so what's next for TEDxGöteborg?
So many exciting things. And thank you all so much for coming here today. I mean, this has been a long wait for us. We've been literally like waiting down the pandemic, like thinking, when can we do a live event? And we thought like last autumn that we're like, now we're going to do this. And no, it got postponed. So we had to move, like, and all the speakers and everyone, you know, we just like, we have to wait till April instead. Everyone's been very understanding. But this is where we get our energy. So thank you so much for coming out and being a part of that. And we're going to continue on. We have 3 more events this year. Kind of smaller, more, they're called salon events, discussion-based events. So keep an eye on our social media platforms, where we will be announcing things shortly.
Thank you so much, Vanja. Thank you for sharing this. Big
Thank
welcome to Vanja. Now we will continue with today's speakers. What are the little things in everyday life that make a relationship work? Our next speaker has more than one string to his bow. He's an educator, a social worker, a therapist, and a sexologist. Many of you will be familiar with him, as he is the sexologist on Married at First Sight, where people hope to find true love by being matched with the perfect partner. But is it really that easy to get things going in a relationship? Let's find out. Please welcome to the stage, Kalle Norwald.
Love and sexuality have been the main focus for my academic studies, but also my profession for several years. And sometimes I truly wonder, what the heck is love? It's a mystery even to me. For some people, the feeling of love is magical. And at the top of the wish list is this idolized and romanticized version of romance that we're taught in storybooks as children. And what is sex? When I tell people that I studied sexology, I quite often get the questions, but how many sexual positions are there to learn? I don't have a specific number to share with you, but it's interesting that the main perspective of sex is practical, where to have your limbs during potential genital contact. But why do we, time after time, put so much work into our relationship and that constant chase of a smashing sex life? Sometimes it can feel hopeless. Wouldn't it just be easier to live alone? Maybe some of you recognize this feeling. Some of you nods. For you who nods, I'm here to tell you that it doesn't have to be hopeless and what kind of efforts your relationships need to get going. One way to understand this is to look at the definition on what sexology actually is, the knowledge of the human sexuality. And this is a phenomenon that could be understood through many perspectives. For example, biology perspective and the knowledge of our bodies. We all have a unique physique with different zones on it that are sensitive to touch. And this explains why some people like to be kissed on the neck and others like getting their toes sucked. And this is good information to have during sex if you want pleasure, both for yourself but also for the ones that you have sex with. And pleasure could be explored in all infinity if you only have the imagination. Which leads us to the field of psychology, the knowledge of the mind, the behaviors and the feelings, how we think and dream about sex, and how we behave before, during and after sexual relations, and how it makes us feel. Psychology is a broad spectrum of things happening inside of us that we sometimes are quite aware of and sometimes totally not. Sexology could also be understood through the lens of culture. And this little piece of metal that I have around my left ring finger is a clear symbol of marriage or engagement, as we have named it in our cultures. Another example could be the collective view that we have on relationships and sexuality that we are taught very early in life. I was one of those children that was taught that there is one specific person for me out there, my one true love that just waits for me. And this was a story that sometimes really could soothe my soul and give me comfort. But at other times, really put me at risk when I time after time tried to establish relationships that wasn't that good for me. Let's dive into an arena where you most likely have came across a sexologist before, in the sex columns in the magazines, where readers can send in their questions to a so-called expert that will give them answers to the questions asked. I can remember myself as a teenager just waiting on my tippy toes for that magazine that I subscribed to pop into the mailbox. And the first page I would always look up to, first and foremost, was that column, where a counselor gave answers to questions that young people asked. I think that maybe it was then my dream to become a sexologist actually started. What I learned back then was that we as humans, we ask questions about things that are important to us. But these questions are also a direct reflection of the lack of hope that some people experience, but also what kind of norms that we are marinated in. How can we get our sex life going while our child is still a toddler? How can I climax? And what can I do to find a partner? Quite often, people asking these questions want a short answer with a guarantee of a quick result. People may think that I, as a sexologist, only give advice on sexual positions, guide couples into intercourse, or help couples get in the right mood. But at my workplace, there are no sexual activities on the agenda. Let's be clear. I meet people who want change, but have difficulties achieving it. I meet people who come to me to talk about problems and obstacles that they experience in the relationship to their partner, or the lack of emotional contact. I meet people with erectile dysfunction, genital pains, experiences of sexual violence, and lots of couples that want their sexual life to be what it used to be. Some of my clients in the beginning actually think that I'm some kind of a magician, that I can provide them with that very desirable love potion, or give them that golden pill that will guarantee them a problem-free sex life. But I'm not a wizard. And relationships are rarely like in the fairy tales. As children, we are taught many myths about relationships. We are colored from those norms and standards that we are taught, and then also will affect us as adults. One of those sagas is that there is one specific soulmate for each and every one of us out there. I actually happen to know that around 25%, that means 1 out of 4 people in this audience, believes there is one specific person for you out there, that one true love. It's like fate, written in the stars. But let's be real here. Today, there are almost 8 billion people on Earth, and if you believe that there is only one person for you, that is the one for you, then you potentially have to date a lot of people if you will have to find that specific person out of 8 billion people. When we try to navigate in this mystery thing we call dating, I can see a tendency that people put every trait they want, long for and dream about in life in general in one specific person. Someone you can trust, who has your back, shares the exact same interest in you and likes pasta, and can listen to British girl groups all the time without making an effort. This may or may not be my own private list. That's for you to wondering about. Of course, we need some criteria when we search for a partner. Otherwise, we could just grab anyone under the arm and call it a day. It's the struggle about balance, right? Studies, because I nowadays read more studies than fairy tales, actually argue against the myth of one true soulmate. Studies show that if you want a long-term relationship, it will increase if you can see the potential in the beginning for it to grow over time. That it's good enough in the beginning, as long as you can see the potential, and also if you have some relational skills. Yes, skills. Because let's say that you have found that golden ticket, a significant other you would like to spend more time with. I don't want to be a party pooper here, but the work doesn't stop. Now another kind of work begins. I'm sorry and congratulations. People meet in a lot of different ways. Through friends, online, on the train, in the supermarket, or in different kinds of arrangements. And before you are one of those couples in my therapy couch, you will get to learn how your partner communicates. And you will also create your own little couples language, let's say. But then something occurs. Just like a sty in the eye, it's just there and creates that irritation that has the potential to ruin a whole day. It's not supposed to be there. Some couples that come to me define a good, healthy, and romantic relationship as something that is free from conflict, free from friction, and free from disagreements. And this is a major misconception. The fairy tales do quite a bad job of describing, let's say, heated arguments over the dishes in the castle. the affairs in the secret garden, or the discussions if or if not you should have a child. And don't even get me started on that evil mother-in-law. There are no lucky charms for you to just get the skills to be a part of a relationship. Love isn't all we need after all. We need the skills to get the love going. We also need the respect for one another, but also to ourselves. When I take a look in my very stereotypical bookshelf of a therapist, with text from the first text of Sigmund Freud about human sexuality, to a bit more modern theories about the relationship between people and social media, looking for an answer to the question, why do we need relationships? The answer seems to be because they are important to our well-being. And for some people also, the meaning of life. We are social beings, after all. We need each other, and we are drawn to each other, and we need relationships. Even though that sometimes could be a bit of a pain in the behind. And maybe this is one of the paradoxes that I find most thrilling about my job. But not the only one. Another thrilling thing with my job is that I occupy myself with themes that not everyone has a language for. Both sexuality and relationships are themes that we don't talk about with whoever, whenever, or wherever. Even though we all engage in it one way or another, more or less or close to not at all, but we lack the habit to talk about them. But in my therapy couch, I help couples put their wishes into words. Because with the help of words, we can create our reality. And we could also increase the chances for our wishes, dreams, and fantasies to come true, and even get the chance to fulfill our dreams, wishes, and fantasies to our partner. And we'll also get the levels of hope upwards. And I'm quite aware that this is not an easy task, but when it comes to it, if you do nothing, don't expect change. But I may have something to offer you. Maybe the closest thing that we can come to this magic potion. Under my years as a therapist, I see 3 skills that keeps repeating themselves as an ingredient for a more successful relationship. The first ingredient or skill would be courage. Courage to be a part of a relationship and put in the work. Courage as well to offer transparency to your partner, to tell what do you want and what do you dream about in your relationship, but also courage to listen. The second ingredient, acceptance. Acceptance for each other's differences. And this will also come with a greater will to compromise. And the third and last ingredient for the magic potion or skill would be talking. Surprise, right? There's a reason why we therapists repeat ourselves about this. You need to master the art of communication. But I would like to add another step to this communication, and that is to talk and communicate to yourself. Because when it comes to it, the longest relationship you will have in life is the one to yourself. So, courage, acceptance, talking. If you could manage these three skills, your chances to have a long-lasting and hopefully happy relationship will increase. And maybe that smashing sex life will be a bonus. So if you're waiting for that fairy godmother to come to you and just wave with her magic wand, you probably have to wait a long, long time. This is not magic, but there's work to do, and that works like magic.
What is the connection between your physical environment and your identity? Our next speaker is a social anthropologist amongst architects and an expert on social sustainability. She is a partner at White Architecture And through her work, she aims to better understand people's experiences, values, and behaviors linked to their environment. Here to share her insights on place identity, please show a very warm welcome to Victoria Walden.
So let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about how much the place that you grew up in has affected your life? And I'm not talking about your family's apartment or house. I'm talking about your neighborhood, your social and physical environment, your home in a larger sense, its place and its identity. Now, the connection between place and identity is a concept that actually is called place identity. It can best be described as feelings, attributes, emotions, and beliefs that are assigned to a place, either by the people that live there or by others, but also the media. Now, this notion of place identity has followed me since I was a little girl. It sort of came to me, even though I wasn't looking for it. Being Ethiopian, growing up in Sweden, questions about my identity connected to place was always there. Where are you from? Why are you here? What is it like to be black or African living in Sweden? Do you feel at home here? Don't you miss Ethiopia? And so on and so on. I'm sure that some of you can relate to this question. To add to this, I grew up in what you call a socio-economical vulnerable area. You know, the ones with the high-rise, prefabricated concrete buildings with neglected physical maintenance and predominantly immigrants. Now, these areas were, from the outside perspective, described as dangerous. It was stigmatized as problematic, violent, criminal, and unattractive, not only physical, but also socially, unfortunately, because of its multicultural set of people. Now, so people outside of my area were also coming with questions connecting my identity to that place. Isn't it dangerous to live there? Is it really safe to live there? You know, you can come and visit me, but I can't come and visit you. My parents won't allow me. Now, of course, this will affect us. If my place is dangerous and unattractive and undesirable, does that mean that I, my family, and my neighbors are as well? Do we have a lower value in our society? So you see, place identity can have an incredible impact on your life, especially if you let it. It affects your self-images, your self-confidence, your feeling of being able to be a part of the society. Maybe other people have more value than I do. And even if you go up and move away from where you lived, this fundamentals of the social and physical affection is somewhat always connected to you. So all in all that noise has affected me to the point that I'm working decades now working with urban planners and architectures, focusing on social aspects as a social anthropologist. And I'll tell you, an anthropologist is someone who's really, really curious about people, curious about people's relationship to one another, and curious about people's places and relationships to those places. What I hope and think that me and my colleagues are doing is to understand the complexity of place identity and promote its positive aspects, and also take care of the more softer social infrastructure in our physical planning. And we try to listen to people. We seek them up to give them environments that they can be proud of. For instance, designing a grand door on a school building can make students feel very proud and important. It actually signals that they could have a great future. to talk to young women about how we can plan a public environment that for them that are today mostly catered for and sort of taken of young men. I mean, what do young women want in our physical public environments? We have also learned that if you engaged people that live in the neighborhood to actually be involved in developing it, they will take more care of it. For instance, paint the buildings, plant flowers, or lay lawns. We have not yet solved the problem with how to take care of socioeconomical vulnerable areas that are being negatively stigmatized to the fact that they affect the people that live there in a negative way as well, but we're working on it. I'm always looking for good examples in the world that focuses on social upgrading as well as physical upgrading. And one of the most interesting examples that I found, and I will share it with you, is in Colombia, Medellin. Now, I will tell you that I have not been a part of this project, so I haven't worked with it. But I think it's an amazing, interesting example of what we can do when we come together and we join our forces and actually are able to upgrade and rejuvenate and redesign an area that has a broken place identity. Medellin, Colombia, in Comuna 13, was in the 80s and the 90s regarded to be a very, very dangerous area. Not only in Colombia, but in the whole of the world. It was a place for gangsters and guerrillas run by drug trafficking organizations, very loyal to the notorious Pablo Escobar. I'm sure you heard of him. In 2006, the mayor had enough, and he launched a program called social urbanism. Social urbanism focusing on the residents' right to their place. They have the right to be involved and included and to participate in planning the area. This is extra important in vulnerable areas where trust has been broken between city management and its residents. It's often just trust that is really important here, and social urbanism is really working with building trust and creating connections. And what it also does is that it engages stakeholders that are indirectly connected to the city. So, through this strategy, Medellin was able to gather both public and private sector, the church and everyone in the civil society, NGOs ranging from the comuna, locally and internationally. Now, what they have done there in the last decade is an incredible, incredible transformation. And again, I had nothing to do with it, so I hope I will give their story their justice. So with respect to the people of Medellin and everyone involved. One of the greatest investments was this outdoor escalator connecting the people within the comuna with each other, but also throughout the city. So now, people are not afraid to go outside, but they can actually move instead of climbing the hill that from the bottom to the top is the equivalent of 28 floors. Imagine the difference that has made for everyone, but especially elderly, disabled, and children. Another great example of an amazing change in the Comuna 13 is now that it is no longer a central hub for gangsters and drug dealers. It is a hub for international and local artists doing graffiti and mural paintings, and they are all over the Comuna, and it's so extremely beautiful. I would also like to highlight their work on public health. Here, for instance, You can either slide down or take the stairs. Which one would you choose? So, all in all, Medellin and Comuna 13 has reinvented itself. It's now considered to be colorful, intriguing, and a place where everyone wants to visit. I was there in 2019. That was my last visit, and I understand from the people that, of course, they're still struggling with poverty and problems related to poverty. But the impact, and I think that's the most important thing, that has improved the quality of life with like 1,000%. And it has infused a sense of pride to their approximately 12,000 inhabitants. Maybe it's not by chance that I found most of my examples on social upgrading and urban planning outside the Western world. In the West, and especially here up in the North, we've focused a lot on economical and technical development rather than social and culture development. But I do have one more example to share with you, and it is up in the North. And this one I have actually worked in. I've been in several dialogues with the people who live there. Now, Kiruna is not a vulnerable area per se, but it is. The whole city is moving, is being relocated due to a land deformation caused by a mine. Now, what an interesting example for us to really dive into the depths of social sustainability, but also place identity. Kiruna is in the north of Sweden. In the far north, it's above the Arctic Circle, where the sun never really sets in the heights of the summer, and in the winters, it barely rises. It's very cold, and has a lot of snow, and in the winter, the temperature can plumb down to -40 degrees Celsius. Now, you might think, why build another city that far up? Who wants to live there? But it's actually the opposite. The local patriotism in Kiruna is very strong, and the place identity is very rooted in the nature, in the winter outdoors activities, but of course also the mine. This mine has turned out to be the largest underground iron ore mine in the world, and the mine provides the people of Kiruna with constant jobs. Also, other people that are not living in Kiruna works in the mine. So, we of course gave Kiruna a physical master plan for the new Kiruna, but we also accompanied it with process tool focusing on social and somewhat culture aspect. The people of Kiruna and I would say for Kiruna to survive, it's important that the people commit to stay and live in Kiruna under this crazy relocation. But it also needs to attract other people and other businesses to Kiruna. So we had to keep this strong identity of nature close to the new Kiruna so that we'll have it around the corner, because that's important to the people that live there now. But we also had to complement this with other qualities, such as culture, meeting places, and places to bump into each other spontaneously, which requires a more dense city. Another challenge is to keep and to attract women to Kiruna, because it's a lot of men in Kiruna. I mean, you can go to a bar, and I'm not kidding, it's 80% men there. It's quite amazing. I was proposed to 3 times on my first visit to Kiruna. So I will encourage all of you single lady, go to Kiruna. There's available manly men there working in the mine, just waiting for you. And I guarantee you they have jobs, even the young one. But moreover, the people of Kiruna told us that you have to explain to us how this relocation is going to happen. You can't just give us a physical master plan. You have to take us step by step by step so that we understand and feel safe. You also need to have a continuous dialogue with us throughout the relocation. You can not just talk to us now and then disappear. They also said, wow, this relocation is quite cool. Can you help us to spread the word, like I'm doing here today, and let the world know about this amazing relocation? A lot of people were also turning inwards and said, can you give us places and spaces to remember the old Kiruna? I'm never going to forget, I had this conversation with this elderly lady. She teared up when she told me about the bench that she got her first kiss on that was already in the deformation. So we suggested a physical workshop for urban recycling. Now that's a place where you can transform and reuse old Kiruna into the new Kiruna. Now this is a place where professionals can go and meet, but also the local people of Kiruna can go there and collect important things. Maybe that bench that you had your first kiss on, or maybe a doorknob in a public building that you really loved. We also suggested a biennale that once a year will reach out and say, hey, come, visit us. Let us tell you about this amazing story about the relocation of a city, but also show you our nature and our culture and our amazing meeting places. The second year, it would turn inwards and be for local Kiruna people, a place to remember the old Kiruna and be emotional. One of the things that I thought was really, really interesting is to see what actual buildings that the people of Kiruna wanted to bring into the new Kiruna. Because they're not moving everything, but they are bringing about 30 buildings so far. And of course, this beautiful church and the belfry is getting a central location in the new Kiruna. We wasn't surprised about that. But then, the most important meeting place in Kiruna, MP's hot dog stand, is also getting a central location in Kiruna. MP's hot dog stand is not only about food, it's about creating relationships and connection. And it has a strong identity, not only for the people of Kiruna, but for the city of Kiruna. So now you single ladies, you know where to go to find the men. So, all in all, to conclude, place identity affects us incredibly a lot. It can give us some advantages in life. It can also give some of us more to struggle with. But since it is so important, I think it's important for all of us to be involved in creating positive place identity. And I think that Kommuna 13 is an extraordinary example of what we can do when we come together. And I hope that Kiruna will be as well. And finally, I hope that I have inspired you to find ways to get engaged in your neighborhoods, in your communities, and your cities.
You've heard about love and connection. Our next speaker will not only connect us with love, but also with death, grief, and hope. She's one of Sweden's most established and respected tattoo artists. She's done so much for the tattoo industry. And if you like her work, it's a couple of years on the waiting list to get a tattoo from her. She's here today to share her personal story. Please show a very, very warm welcome to Heidi Hay.
You're probably wondering, where did I do my hair? Tonight I want to share my story on how my chin tattoo came to connect me with love, death, and hope. As the old story goes, a young woman looking for love and acceptance, I suddenly find myself pregnant, but with a man I had no intention to live a life with. So I decided I would still keep my baby and eventually moved from Norway to Sweden, where the child care would be better and we could feel safe. I was then 24 and my son was 3. While I was busy thinking about my future, working as an art teacher at a middle school, I suddenly got a remark from a stranger who saw one of my drawings. He said, "You should be a tattoo artist." At first I laughed at the idea, but then I couldn't let the thought go. I had to investigate. But without an internet or tattoo community to ask, all I found was this dusty little book at the library. It didn't tell me much about the art of tattooing, but it revealed an ancient story that was extremely fascinating, and I fell in love with all the symbols and the ritual in this most amazing art form. I also had the opportunity to visit Scandinavia's first tattoo convention in Copenhagen. There I saw the portfolio of a very talented young tattooist, an Austrian tattooist. Bernie Luther was his name. And his art showed me that there were no limits to what you could do. So I decided then and there that I found my calling. I was going to be a tattoo artist. In 1992, I registered my company, Heidi Hay Tattoo. I didn't know it then, but it turned out that I was the first woman to ever open a tattoo studio in Sweden. 4 years later, now as a professional artist, I decided to leave my small hometown of Kristinehamn and move to Gothenburg. In those days, there were many unwritten rules in the industry. One that I encountered immediately as a newcomer was, you have to present yourself with the other artists in town to make sure you don't trespass on anyone's territory. Unfortunately, it was too late. The king of the hill in town explained to me, if you open your tattoo studio here, it is war. The self-proclaimed king of the hill said that I wasn't able to play business with the big boys and he threatened retaliation. And as a single mom, I had to consider all the risks. I came from a long line of strong women from northern Norway, where you literally had to be tough or die. My grandmother was even part of the resistance during the World War II. So I decided to stand up for myself. I had not come this far to back down now. 1st of May 1996, I finally opened my studio, Heidi Hay Tattoo in Gothenburg. The first years were both exciting and turbulent, and yes, things happened to challenge me. but I had good friends in town and unexpected allies in the industry who supported me along the way. However, the feeling of being an intruder on the scene lingered with me. I wanted to establish where the rightful, natural female connection to the tattoo culture laid. I decided to find a tattoo only women had the right to wear. The Maori culture history was very intriguing, and I loved their tattoo culture. So I decided to choose their female traditional tattoo, the kalvai. And little did I know what that decision would lead to. It was important for me to have my kalvai done in the traditional way by a Maori tattoo artist who lived in New Zealand. But after some research, I found out that the Maoris had actually lost their knowledge of the hand tools. But I got a tip to talk to a man called Paolo Suluape. He was from Samoa, but he lived in New Zealand, and he also worked with the hand tools. And I made it happen. In June 1999, I had the opportunity to meet Paolo at the Madrid convention. Me and my good friend and colleague Sabina Gaffron shared a booth there. And when I left the convention, I not only had my kalvai on my chin, but I also met my soulmate. Sua Suluape Paulo II was a Tufunga Tatau, a master tattooist from Samoa. He came from one of two families that had the right to tattoo for thousands of years. He also had an agreement with the Maori tribe that allowed him to perform ta'amoko, the Maori tattoo. I know it's a lot of tattooing going on. At that point, I had been single for about 8 years, and I didn't recognize the signs. I just thought Paolo was a fantastic person. Apparently, the feeling was mutual. He later said that he could see me when he gave me my kalvai. He saw who I was. He also said that he would wait for me in the next life if I didn't choose him now. I did my best to scare him away, but he saw through me in the most simple way. Sorry. I, of course, investigated about Paolo. And I found out that he was a separated man. He didn't drink. He always went back to his hotel room when the other tattoo artists went out partying. He was a very respected man. So my idea of him being a womanizer faltered. To my amazement, he managed to open my closely lit door to my heart wide open. He was a very respected man, at the same time very humble, the most humble person I've ever met. I previously joked with my friends and said that the man that I would connect to couldn't be like anyone else if he would be a match for me, and here he was. At the turn of the millennia, Paolo had worked to arrange the first ever tattoo convention in Samoa. And together with tattoo artists from over 20 countries, I was invited to some unforgettable weeks at this paradise island. he introduced me to his family, his brothers and sisters. And we also laid down a down payment on a plot of land where we were going to build our future home base together. After this, we went back to Paulo's home in New Zealand together with other artists from the convention. And he was working in his tattoo studio, waiting to be picked up to join me where I was working, when the most unthinkable tragedy happened. While Paulo waited playing his piano, his ex-wife snuck up behind him and murdered him with an axe. The first days was unreal. It was a total shock, a total disbelief. 3 days later, the wife was arrested, and I began the suffocating journey through the black time of grief. Everything was chaos. I sat in long interrogations with the police, only to confirm what they already knew. They told me that Paulo had died instantly from the first blow to the head, which was so powerful that his left eye had fallen out. I thought to myself, if I hadn't have come here, if I didn't come here, this wouldn't have happened. If I only had a choice, Paulo's life or our relationship, I would have left right away. And now he was dead because of me. If I only had a clue. In the middle of this chaos, the police gave me a telephone number. It was from one of Paulo's brothers who also lived in New Zealand, a brother who I'm not yet met. It tore at my heart. And I thought they must hate me now. But I wanted so much to ask for forgiveness. And I wanted to explain myself, so I summoned my courage and called the number. Paulo's brother answered, and I was prepared for the worst. But I was met by his unforgettable words, "Don't be afraid, we love you." And I broke down. I was invited the same evening by Paulo's brother to his home to meet the family. And I came there and was greeted by them, him and his wife, and they showed me past rooms of sleeping children into a room where we could sit and they could get to know me better. When they found out that I had to see Paulo before I could leave New Zealand, they suddenly said he was there. They had received his body the same day, and now he was laying in an open coffin in another room. I stumbled after them like in a fog, out to the garden. There stood a house, a glass house, that resembled one of their traditional houses in Samoa, a fale. In the middle of the room stood an open casket. And I didn't see anyone. I didn't see the others in the room. I only saw Paulo's unrecognizable, poorly fixed face, and I cried. I heard his voice in my head trying to comfort me, but it didn't help. I was invited back the next evening, and I then noticed that the whole room was full of people that I recognized from Samoa. And I understood that his family had come from near and far to be with him. They talked to each other and they talked to him. They ate food. They laughed and cried in this room all together. And suddenly the priest brother spoke, and everyone fell silent and sat down to listen. He turned to me and he said that they've earlier that day had a family meeting and that they had decided to remove Paulo's ex-wife from the family story because of her crime. They knew Paulo loved me, and from now on they would see me as his wife and partner, and that they would always be my family. Paulo's love had overcome death. His family had married us to reunite us beyond death. I sat on the other side of the earth, no longer feeling alone. I was with my family. I was invited then to spend the night with them. And as his wife, I received the place of honor next to Paulo's coffin. Everyone slept in this room together, not a space empty. The funeral was overwhelming. It was arriving presidents and kings from all the Polynesian islands. More than 1,000 people came to honor Paulo. And the ceremony ended by the half-dug grave, where everyone took turns with a shovel to make sure that he came down into the ground. And now it was allowed to scream and cry out every last shovel of earth placed over Paulo's coffin. The Samoan way of grieving and mourning had given me a ticket home. It had cleared my worst pain, and I could go on. Every day, I look in the mirror. My tattoo is greeting me there. And this tattoo, once made with great love and respect, I have the kalvai that represent the power of Mother Earth. The tattoo levels out the male and the female powers as it is mirrored on both sides of the chin. And the open space represent the birth channel. And the birth of life also, of course, mirrors death. In my profession, I very often help people with their grief work through their tattoos and help them to connect with their loved ones. In this one, the daughter says hello to her father that have left her, and that's symbolized with the white birds. I am a believer that love never dies. It only changes shape. Okay.
Most of you are probably feeling quite emotional right now. I invite you to practice what Birgit first told us early on today. Deep breath all together through the stomach, through the chest, and out through the mouth. Music is one of the best ways to connect with our emotions. It's one of the best gateways for connection. Our next act is a music act. It's a duo, Philip Williams and Laura Ider. Laura first started singing on stage when she was 5 years old. She trained in Australia, and she's performed musicals all over Sweden. And Philip Williams was on the Swedish television series show Idol, TV show Idol, and he's a singer and an actor. They'll be accompanied by 2 guitarists, Thiago and Elias. Please show a very warm welcome to this duo. You were wonderful. You did such a good job. I was just watching you the whole time.
There's no time for us. There's no place for us. What is this thing that builds our dreams yet slips away from us?
No chance for us. It's all decided for us. This world has only one sweet moment set aside for us. Who dares
her anyway.
How time flies once more. We've already reached the second break. I can hardly believe it myself, to be honest. You know the drill, 45 minutes. We're meeting you again here at 6. Be there a few minutes before. Cafeteria and restroom behind you. And if you haven't yet spoken to the speakers, use the opportunity now. See you all very soon.
Yeah. That would be nice. Like, I texted my friend Francisco, but apparently he didn't see it.
Talk to me.
Talk to you. What would you like me to talk about?
Favorite Disney movie?
My favorite Disney movie? Ooh. It's, in German, it's called The Witch and the Sorcerer. It's actually, in English, it's Arthur Stone. Do you remember when Merlin packs up his entire castle and he needs to get everything into his tiny bag, and he has a spell. It's like, hickety-pickety something and something, and everything becomes tiny and goes into the bag. Oh, yeah. That's the bag I want to have. Sustainability and resilience. Will technology save us? Have you ever felt like throwing your phone out the window or slamming your laptop shut forever? And ever? Technology can help us connect and be efficient, or get us overwhelmed and stressed out. Like me 13 years ago, during my PhD, when I burned out. Because I'm a stubborn German, I still became a software engineering professor, plus a certified yoga teacher. In this talk, I'll show you the bridge in between the two, from a breathing technique to a sustainability tool. We know from research that stress leads to our body being in survival mode. It is fight or flight or freeze. When that happens, we tend to disconnect from our values. For example, when I'm really stressed, I have a harder time being kind. Can you relate? How do we change that? We get back into our bodies. We reboot our nervous system. And we reconnect with our intentions. That's the latest 3 years of my research on a technique to gently restore the nervous system, to increase well-being in our bodies during technology development. Birgit, why there? Because we unconsciously embed our values into the systems we design. And these systems happen to run our world. When I speak about well-being, developers tend to listen because I'm seen as one of theirs. I might call it biohacking for some of them. Would you think that taking a deep breath could lead to more sustainable technology development? Let's try it out with you as technology users. I love experiments. Are you willing to join me? Thank you. Here's the secret sauce. We start with a breathing technique to come into presence. Then we reflect on a question about your use of technology. And then we choose an action for alignment. First part, the presence. This breathing technique, according to research, is the quickest and most effective way to relax your nervous system. We take a double inhale and a slow exhale. The first inhale goes into the belly. The second inhale goes into the chest. That kicks your relaxation response. And then we slowly exhale. Have you ever seen a little child calm themselves down after they cried really hard? They go something like, same principle. Let me show you, and then we do it together. First, inhale into the belly. Second, into the chest. And then exhale. Now do it with me. We'll do 2 breaths together. Inhale belly. Inhale chest. Exhale. Second one, inhale belly. Inhale chest. Exhale. How do you feel now? A bit more present? More grounded? Energized? Good. Welcome back. We get to the second part, the question about technology. Think of how you use technology in your daily life, your phone, your tablet, your computer, and why? What is your intention? Maybe it's community connection. Maybe it is time efficiency. What is one thing that currently gets in the way of your intention? Like checking email first thing in the morning or getting sucked into social media at night. For me, I get sidetracked while writing research articles by a random idea. I want a pet. Maybe a parrot. And then I wander off researching that. The short-term impact is that I procrastinate. Long-term, I would not publish any articles, except maybe about parrots. This is where we get to step 3, the alignment action. Come back to your intention. Maybe it was the community connection or time efficiency. What is one change you commit to right now? Some specific habit so you can align your actions better with your intentions. For me, I do focused writing tasks offline, and research other ideas later on. Which habit will you replace? Bravo! You have successfully calmed down your nervous system with a breathing technique, reflected on a question about the use of technology, and chosen an aligned action for improvement. I have sneakily gotten you grounded and paying attention to what I say. In my research work with companies, I do this for a longer list of questions for both the use and the development of technology. For example, how do we make sure users trust the system? Or what happens if millions of people start using the system a lot? We then analyze the impacts, put them into an overview diagram, and recommend actions to the companies. For example, doing additional user interviews or moving to green servers. Birgit, why do we need that? Because we want to live sustainably, and we have been discounting the side effects of technology. In the environment, we see collapsing ecosystems. One contributor to environmental pollution is electronic waste. Those old phones and computers either sit in a dark drawer at home, or if we recycle them, which should be good, right? They mostly end up in toxic piles in Africa, China, or India. Mountains of it. For the social impacts, we see a degrading society. For example, in how people sometimes treat each other on social media. There are increasing teenage suicide rates due to cyberbullying and unhealthy media consumption. It is designed to be addictive. Do you know anyone who gets a bit fidgety when they're without their phone for too long? To find such side effects earlier, my colleagues and I have developed a tool that looks at the impacts of software systems over time. We have applied it at several universities around the globe and in different industry sectors. By the way, it's free for everyone. It's called SUSAF, S-U-S-A-F. It's short for Sustainability Analysis Framework. It is a structure to help think of potential outcomes. It lets stakeholders from development and management forecast potential impacts. We use two concepts to structure that: the dimensions of sustainability and the orders of impact. I'll explain both of them using the example of Post-it notes. We start with the dimensions. There are 5 of them. The individual dimension is a person taking care of themselves over the course of their lifetime. I might write something down on a Post-it note so I remember. Call grandma. In the social dimension, we talk about living in community. We use Post-its to communicate and plan. Yoga tomorrow at 6? In the environmental dimension, we talk about the resources we use and the waste we create. The economic dimension is about making sales with the Post-its and getting a return on investment. And the technical dimension is about how to make that product last and the Post-its just sticky enough. Those are the 5 dimensions. Now, where we used to fall short in technology development is considering long-term impacts. If we were to use Post-its for all of our communication, we would have them all over our walls, all of our windows, no priorities, confusion, overwhelm, and a lot of waste created. Other societies look further. Native American tribe leaders look at the impact of their decisions 7 generations down the road. Can we do that for our decisions? Life changes so fast now. Maybe not 7 generations, but here's a concept that'll help. The 3 orders of impact used in SUSAF. There are direct impacts, like the resources we use, for example, the trees that turn into paper for the Post-its, and the waste created. And that is known as life cycle analysis, established. Now we take it further. The indirect impacts are what the Post-its enable us to do. They could bring efficiency in getting work done. They could bring joy if it's a love note, or harm in case of a passive-aggressive, the dishes are still dirty note next to the sink. Finally, systemic impacts have the biggest scale. Maybe some of you know the butterfly effect. It's a theory that says if a butterfly flaps its wings on one side of the planet, that could cause a hurricane on the other side of the planet. So if millions of people use Post-its to plan and communicate a lot, we can amplify that efficiency or joy or harm, or we could get completely overwhelmed by the sheer amount of communication if overused. Post-its everywhere. Can you see the parallel to email these days? Here's what works with the framework and what doesn't. Companies give positive feedback to us. Recently, a global tech company reached out to say, "We found this research of yours on the internet and we're applying it." Great. A Finnish software development company uses our 5 dimensions on their website. Yes. Companies are excited to see the impacts of their systems clearly labeled. Technology is not neutral. And now they see the human factor in the design decisions. However, when we get in touch with companies later on, say half a year after the workshop, and ask them about which actions they implemented, we hear that it is still pending because there were other urgent priorities. When I last called one of my collaborators, they were stressed out about a bunch of other due dates. In that case, the insights on sustainability are not taken anywhere. How do we work with that? Deep breath. By coming back into presence and checking whether our day-to-day priorities align with our long-term intentions. What I want you to take away from my TEDx talk today is there are short and long-term impacts of technology. The SUSAF framework can help you find them. You can download the workbook for free. Try it out. We also applied a breathing practice to relax and come into presence. You know how to do that breathing practice now. It saved me back in 2009 to recover from my burnout. Do it 15 minutes a day. It might change your life. You can even use it to help your kids calm down after a temper tantrum, or to help your colleagues at work reset after an intense meeting. Will technology save us? Wrong question. Are we going to save ourselves? And could technology help? It will. If we take a deep breath and remember to align our day-to-day actions with our long-term intentions.
welcome back. As a reminder, before we continue, we've been doing great with the phone, so once more, please make sure your phone is switched off for the last part of today. Hope you're feeling energized and focused, and maybe during the break you discussed the news. Yeah, you might wonder, how can you trust the news? Our next speaker should know. He's a reporter for Swedish television, and he was nominated for the Gold Spade in 2014. Most people know him for his reporting in the United States during the elections in 2020. Please show a very warm welcome to Fouad Yousefi.
A little piece of paper can be one of the most powerful anti-corruption tools in the world. This little piece of paper also almost cost me my marriage. Why? Some time ago, my wife and I decided on not eating pizza for a while. You know. Of course, in secret, I did so anyways. The next night. But when she came home from work that evening, and I lied about what I had had for dinner, she immediately asked me if I would swear on our marriage I hadn't eaten pizza. How did she know I was lying? And are we still married today? I promise I'll answer both questions in a moment. But I want to talk about lies. I think my lie was a pretty innocent one. But what happened when the most powerful in society decides to lie? As an investigative reporter, I've had several pretty powerful people say untruthful things straight to my face. No, I never had a secret offshore bank account with undisclosed money on it. Okay. Or, yeah, of course I documented who it was for when I used taxpayer money to buy 600 bottles of wine, and so on. But nothing prepared me for the consequences of this lie.
Nu ska vi se, då har ni kanske bild från mig och Marco. Jag ska säga, ingen bild än Marco. Ingen bild i ryggen. Det började med att människor tog sig över polisbarrikaderna. What's that? Flashbang.
My colleague Marco Nilsson and I were there on January 6, 2021 in Washington, D.C., where we saw people violently breaking into the United States Capitol building. As we all know, several people died in connection with the events and many were injured. But it was a surreal feeling being there for me. I tried to talk to people, and most of them just screamed at me. Not that I'm not used to that as a journalist today. I mean, telling people, hi, I'm a journalist, sometimes feels like, it feels like trying to make friends at Hogwarts by telling people, hi, my name is Little Voldemort. It's rarely popular, right? And I remember, like, some people get outright disgusted. Other people just get uncomfortable. At the Capitol, one person asked me if I was there to lie about him. Another, just plain and simple, called me deaf. There seem to be a lot of people who distrust journalists today. Do you agree? why is that? Actually, I'm going to say it like this. There seem to be a lot of people who distrust journalists today. And in some countries, I've seen alarming numbers. In the US, only 1 in 3 trust most news. In France, it's even worse, only 1 in 4. And when people don't trust journalists, it often means that they don't really trust their governments or politicians either, or their police, or even their neighbors. So when people call me deaf, I see it as a clear sign of a broader problem. And that was definitely the case at the Capitol. When I asked those who would talk to me why they were there, almost all of them said they were there to stop the newly elected president from taking office. They said they were saving democracy because some powerful people had told them without sufficient evidence that the election outcome was fraudulent. I've lost my word here. Sorry? Thank you. She saves me every time. But I didn't even mention any names there because they aren't important. I'm losing it every time here, Linda. Thank you again. Very good. And I didn't even mention any names here because they aren't important. This was just one of the times where powerful people and their lies can become a threat against democracy itself. And lies are central to all forms of corruption. To this day, dictators continue to lie to stay in power. Greedy politicians lie to put money in their own pockets instead of giving it to people. The global cost of corruption every year is $2.6 trillion. That's more than the national budgets of the UK, India, and Saudi Arabia combined. Imagine how many schools or hospitals or roads that could have been built with that kind of money. So how do we take on this extremely complex question of distrust, lies, and corruption? Well, when I was looking at a list of the least corrupt countries in the world, I noticed something. Let's see if you see it too. Since I am from Sweden, I noticed that Sweden is up there, and a few other Scandinavian countries. I see the Netherlands, I see Switzerland, and a few others. Now look closely when I put up a list of the countries in the world with the most press freedom. Do you see it? I see the same Scandinavian countries up there. I see the Netherlands, I see Switzerland, New Zealand. Actually, if you look at it, 7 out of 10 countries are on both these lists. Is that a coincidence? Nope. There are several studies showing a direct link between anti-corruption and press freedom. If journalists can do their jobs well, there will be less corruption. And hopefully stronger democracies, right? So what if there's a formula to fight corruption and lies with the help of press freedom? What if it was possible for both me as a journalist and you as a citizen to get the truth about those in power? And what if it all has to do with this little piece of paper? Well, let me introduce you to a complicated Swedish word. Offentlighetsprincipen. The Swedish principle of transparency. You can forget about IKEA, Volvo, Avicii, Zara Larsson. Offentlighetsprincipen is one of the best things Sweden has ever produced. Yet hardly anyone outside of Sweden knows about it. This principle is a set of laws so important that they are actually written to the Swedish constitution. But remember, unlike those famous companies and artists, offentlighetsprincipen does not have any PR agents to help promote it or even defend it. So if you find what I'm about to say useful for fighting corruption or lies, wherever you are in the world, it's going to be up to you to spread the word about this well-kept secret. Now I'm going to tell you three things in offentlighetsprincipen that are crucial in helping or preventing those in power to being able to lie or being corrupt and get away with it. Number one, in Sweden, almost everything is public. Every single document in every local, regional, or national department is presumed to be public. As a Swede, I have the right to know what my government is up to. Of course, there are some exceptions, right? Such as national security, and a few others. And, you know, I'm not allowed to look at other people's health records, thank God. But almost everything else is public. That means that phone records and text messages of officials are public. Invoices and receipts, same thing. Even the notes that people take at meetings are presumed to be public. That's pretty cool. Sorry? Thank you. This does wonders for trust. Me having actual documents to show, instead of having to rely as a journalist on all of those, sources speaking on condition of anonymity. That was the first one. The second one, and this is actually my favorite, the time limit. As a citizen, I have the right to walk into Parliament, ask for a specific document, and they have to show me that document immediately, like within minutes or hours. And should I want to take a copy home with me, they have to help me with that too, promptly. What does that mean, right? Well, in some countries with similar laws as Sweden, promptly means you could get your documents after 60 days or 30 days, if you're lucky. Let me show you what promptly means in Sweden. I wrote an email before I came here, and it went something like this. Good morning, Madam Prime Minister. Yeah. Good morning, Madam Prime Minister. I would like to see all of your emails, please. Could you send me a log of all emails you have received in the last week? All my best, Fouad Yousefi. Send. How do you think that went? Well, look and behold. Here are the emails of the Swedish Prime Minister. I sent my request from my bed at 8 in the morning, and I got this by lunch the next business day. Imagine getting records from the White House on the day that they stormed the Capitol. And imagine getting those records the same day or within a few days, because that's what promptly means in Sweden. Well, how is that possible? Some people ask me, rightfully so. Well, because according to the law, the staff has to put all their other work aside when you or me ask for a document, so that lies or corruption can be exposed almost instantly. That was the second one. The final one is for all you whistleblowers out there, because Sweden seems to be taking you guys pretty seriously. Whistleblowers in Sweden have the right to talk with a journalist about almost anything, even some types of classified stuff. They also have the right to be anonymous, so you could call me up, ask for anonymity, and start talking to me about classified stuff. Please do. And I am bound by law to keep you anonymous, to keep that person anonymous. If I don't, I could go to prison for 1 year. That's me throwing away the cell key, by the way, if you're wondering. The best part of this legislation, though, is that it's also illegal for the boss of the whistleblower or anyone else at that department to try and find the leak, to try and find that whistleblower. They could try, but then they would risk up to 1 year in prison. And should they get that information anyway, so they know who the whistleblower is, it's illegal for them to make whistleblowers suffer any kinds of consequences. So they can't fire him or her. Well, they could, but you get it. So, everything is public. Almost everything is public. You can get information really quick. And whistleblowers are well protected. Together, these three things in offentlighetsprincipen has helped me as a journalist and actually been crucial in holding those in power to account. It has helped reveal bribes, it has helped reveal corruption, and of course, countless of lies. But there is a but here. Unfortunately, offentlighetsprincipen is threatened. The last couple of years, some people in power have tried to invoke more secrecy and less transparency. And that's even here in Sweden. And I know that Sweden is not alone. I can actually see the pendulum right now swinging the wrong direction. And as I said, it's up to me and to you to start promoting offentlighetsprincipen, to turn things around and to start rebuilding trust. Speaking of trust, how did my wife know I betrayed her trust with a pizza? Well, because outside of our apartment door, I had dropped this little piece of paper. The pizza receipt, which she found, of course. I had left a trail, and so does almost all types of corruption and lies. They leave a trail. So if we make it easier to find those trails of corruption, then there will be less corruption in the world. And with the help of offentlighetsprincipen, receipts like that can become the most powerful anti-corruption tools in the world. And believe me, it is possible to start trusting again. My wife forgave me. I've never lied about pizza since, I think. And we are still married. So if you would like to help fight corruption or pizza lies, put away that IKEA instruction for a while and start talking about the best Swedish product no one has ever heard of, if you can pronounce it that is.
What is greenwashing, and how do you know if a company is using greenwashing or not? In a world constantly more sustainability focused, these are the types of questions that come up. The following speaker is a journalist, a consultant, and a published author with a focus on sustainability. She's the co-founder of the non-profit organization Climate Club. Please welcome to the stage Maria Soxbo.
Here we are at a TEDx event. And if you're anything like me, you're here tonight because you're curious, eager to learn a lot of interesting things. It's pretty exciting, right? Perhaps so exciting, you even bought something new to wear tonight. And if you're like me, you've checked a lot of labels until you found something marked sustainable. We are in the middle of a climate crisis after all. Unfortunately, almost none of the clothes worn in this room tonight are sustainably produced, no matter what the labels or tags are telling you. Most likely, you did not get what you paid for. The reason is greenwashing, and I'm here to tell you how to protect yourself against it. The number of things described as sustainable grow bigger every day. And it's not just fashion, it's everything. Cell phones, skincare, food, furniture, electricity, cars. Sustainability is the word on everybody's lips right now. And considering that we are living in the middle of that climate crisis, this is a good thing. We need to be consumers with a conscience right now. According to the UN, sustainability means meeting our own needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Reasonable, right? But there is one problem. That definition is not used by everyone. Instead, the definition varies depending on whom you ask. Let me give you an example. To a consumer, as myself, or you in the audience tonight, or watching this on YouTube, sustainability might mean shopping secondhand, renting a drill, eating less meat, taking the bus, mending our shoes instead of buying a new pair. To a company, however, sustainability might mean adding 20% recycled polyester to a brand new jacket and labeling it green. That small amount of not good, but just slightly less bad material would in many cases be enough for this jacket to be part of an eco-friendly collection or wearing a green tag in a store. As a friend of mine put it, calling a jacket of 20% recycled polyester sustainable, it's like calling a regular burger vegan just because it contains some lettuce and a tomato. But this is what happens every day, and it is greenwashing. Greenwashing is what happens when sustainability marketing goes wrong. when the message is turned against us instead of helping us make those good, conscious choices. Right now, greenwashing is an escalating problem caused by a positive development, the growing consumer demand for sustainable goods. Yes, we know there is a climate crisis going on, and we are trying to pitch in and help by shopping as sustainably as possible. So why is something good resulting in something bad? Because it triggers unsustainable companies to take a shortcut. Sustainability sells. In fact, by marketing something as green, companies can most likely even sell it at marked up prices. That shirt in organic cotton you're wearing tonight, it did cost a little bit more, didn't it? And that probably felt all right, since it also felt like guilt-free shopping. Trust me, you are not alone. A 2015 Nielsen poll showed that 66% of global consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable goods. Among millennials, that number jumps to 72%. And in a recent UK study, 76% believed supporting sustainable brands is important. This is great news. We are voting with our money against unsustainable brands. Well done. But how do you tackle this consumer shift if you are one of those unsustainable brands? If you are a company in the fast fashion business, for example. You spend money marketing yourself as sustainable, of course. Greenwashing is faster, cheaper, and easier than turning your whole business model around. And if you play your cards right, you can go on with business as usual and possibly even make a bigger profit, since consumers are willing to pay more for sustainable goods. Win-win for the companies, that is, for consumers and the climate, lose-lose. And this is happening for real. When the EU Commission did a sweep of commercial websites last year, they found 42% of all sustainability claims in web shops to be exaggerated, false, or deceptive. And in more than half of the cases, the web shops didn't provide enough information either. They simply described that jacket or shirt as sustainable or eco-friendly or green without explaining why. And we do like some proof, don't we? But hang on, is this stuff even legal? Are companies free to use whatever definition of sustainability they like just to sell more stuff? No, of course not. Misleading advertising is illegal in most countries. There are laws against greenwashing for two reasons, actually. To protect us as consumers by enabling us to make informed decisions, so we can buy things for the right reasons. But also to ensure a level playing field for all companies. No company should make more money by deceiving their customers. I think we can agree on that, right? It's not fair play. Especially not when there are companies trying very hard to do everything right. Companies spending time and money to be part of the solution, and they should get credit for that. In most cases, though, those companies, the good ones, are not the ones making the most noise. So no, that stuff is not legal, and yes, there are laws against greenwashing. but they are far from effective enough. Legal stuff aside though, why do we fall for greenwashing? Why are we letting companies get away with the equivalent of calling a burger vegan just because it contains some lettuce? Why are so few of us calling bullshit? Because we are busy people. We don't have time to become experts on sustainability before we enter a store. And frankly, we shouldn't have to. It should be easy to do the right thing and hard or even impossible to do the wrong thing, especially in a time of climate crisis. Today, unfortunately, it's the other way around. Greenwashing takes advantage of consumers wanting to do the right thing by making it easier for them to do the wrong thing. Simple as that. And in that UK study I mentioned before, 78% admitted they are unable to identify greenwashing. That means 3 in 4 consumers are actively looking for sustainable options. And at least 3 in 4 of those can't tell if they succeeded or not. So that's not good. But why should we care? So what if the jacket isn't as sustainable as we think? It's not the end of the world, is it? Well, I do like to get what I paid for, don't you? Especially if I'm paying extra for it. More importantly, though, if my or your desire is to live a sustainable life, we don't want to be derailed by misleading ads. And considering the climate situation right now, we frankly don't have time either to deal with companies not taking responsibility for their climate impact. We should keep voting against unsustainable brands with our money, and to do that, we have to be able to recognize greenwashing when it comes our way. Otherwise, we become victims of fraud. Where's the fun in that, right? No, thank you. So the final question then, how do we know whether a company is greenwashing or not? By learning 2 basic truths about sustainability, you will have a much better chance to see those frauds coming at you. Are you ready? Truth number 1, we cannot solve the climate crisis by shopping. Everything new adds emissions, not the other way around. On average, 80% of the emissions linked to a new jacket, even if it's made of recycled materials, comes from producing it. According to a Swedish study, that means you can buy, wait for it, 394 second-hand jackets before you cause the same negative climate impact as you do when buying just 1 new. Truth number 2. Sustainability is not a scale. Either something is sustainable or it's not. And considering that truth number 1 just told us that the pre-loved option is hundreds of times better, that 20% jacket isn't sustainable. It's just greenwashed. Good sustainability marketing is all about the facts. That the jacket is made of 20% recycled polyester is a fact. Totally okay to mention in the ads. Calling it sustainable based on that fact, though, not okay. So how about telling us that something required less water to produce? It could be a fact, right? if put in context. How much is less water exactly? A drinking glass, a bathtub, an ocean? And less water compared to what? Calling something new sustainable is quite a challenge. Every company must be able to back it up with hard facts to avoid breaking the law. A trustworthy company focuses solely on the facts, letting you decide for yourself if it's enough to be sustainable. A company trying to sell you stuff by calling it sustainable, though, quite the opposite of trustworthy, don't you think? So, arm yourself with the two basic truths. Remember those? 1, everything new adds emissions. And 2, sustainability is not a scale. Starting tonight, I bet you will raise an eyebrow every time you see something marketed as more sustainable. And use the very thing that got you here tonight, curiosity. Ask questions, a lot of them, before buying anything new marketed as sustainable. It could be as simple as, what makes this sustainable exactly? And don't worry, you don't have to become an expert on sustainability first. You don't even have to understand all the answers. You just have to get them. Because a greenwashing company will have problems delivering good answers. And frankly, that is the only answer you need. One more thing. When it's time to decide what to wear for the next exciting event, I'd say go for something you already own. That will always be the sustainable choice.
People talk about civil courage. Yet how do you become the sort of person who stands up for what you believe in? Our next speaker is a multidiscipline person. He worked his background is in the tech industry as a business analyst. And there, he worked to break down complex ideas into simple solutions for people and their organizations. Now he's doing the same to help people develop their inner courage. He's a leadership coach, a fitness trainer, and an entrepreneur. Please show a very warm welcome to the stage to Murphy Alex.
Over a year ago, I was thrown into the national spotlight after being filmed in an intervention during the Black Lives Matter protest.
I was there to make my voice heard because collectively believe that's the only way we can make changes, and that's what was there. I do the same thing with everyone else. It doesn't matter who you are. And I just go to people, I just try to understand. I went to them, I said, why are you doing this?
But this was a violent situation.
Yes. People might look at it and thought, okay, it's crazy, or it's a bit macho, but no, I'm just me. If you know me, when I see something that is not right, I just stepped in instinctively. Before I step in, always look ahead.
Du gick fram.
They were really hungry. They said, you police?
Ja.
So I was just trying to make them feel comfortable.
I've done this so many times. This is my life. This is the way I act. It's a moral thing. It's a personal thing. It's just a mentality thing. When I see something wrong, I just step in. And that's just the way I am.
This I was quite surprised about because I've done similar things multiple times. And on that day, it was a big surprise to me. I've been surprised many times when I was growing up because I was seen to be reserved, a little bit shy, and will always run away from the center of attention. I observe a lot, I ask lots of questions, and will always listen more. Over the last decade or so, I've learned the enormous impact of good questioning and the effect it has in the direction of people's lives. Let me share with you 3 different experiences I had. The first one happened during the Black Lives Matter protest. There was chaos around me with people running up and down. Then, boom, a large rock smashed into the police car not too far from where I was, with lines of police with their sticks backing up from the rowdy crowd. Then 3 people from the crowd ran past me with various objects in their hands. I went after the one that was closest to myself, grabbed his shoulder, then immediately went on to remove the object he was holding. He turned around, then I looked him right in the eyes, and with a bit of a cheeky smile, I said to him, "What are you going to do with that, mate?" He was surprised. And straight away after that, I went after the next person who was getting ready to smash something else. Not long after this, I had a very loud noise, loud commotion down the road from where I was. An experience told me that something big is happening over there. So immediately I went toward the direction. As I got closer, I saw so much destructions, so many shops smashed. And ahead of myself were over 30 people, all looking in my direction. I calmly walked toward the one closest to me, who was smashing a large store window. I reached for the weapon he was holding, but he wouldn't let go. He turned around. Then I looked him right in the eyes. I have this habit of looking people right in the eyes. This, I found out, allows me to kind of predict their next intention beyond what they were doing or saying to me. And while we were playing tug of war with this weapon he was holding, then he looked behind him as if he was looking for confirmation or support. Then all of a sudden, all the 30 people that were ahead of me before were now in my face. But I stood my ground. Then I turned around to them and said, "Why are you doing this? Why are you breaking into properties that could be owned by people just like your parent? And what message are you trying to send? And by doing this, who do you think you're inflicting pain on?" I specifically added your parent in the midst of my questioning to them because as a young man, even as a grown man right now, when my mother said stop, I had to stop or think very deeply about it. Plus, in my Western African culture, I will never define my parent. My mom, especially, no way. I want to ask you, do you think those were a good question I asked them? If you were there at that protest situation, would you have asked any question at all? And if you did, what question would you have asked the protesters? I learned that I don't just stand there passively watching when I see something I believe is not right happening in front of me at the protest or anywhere for that matter. On this occasion, I stepped in multiple times, asking what I believe are the right questions. This I found to resolve a lot of dangerous situations. On this occasion, I was told by the police that it prevents more destruction of the city of Gothenburg. It helped prevent a potentially cascading effect that could have engulfed the entire country of Sweden in copycat riot. You see, when we ask good questions without bias, without judgment, we create rapport, we create connection. We make other people understand that we can see from their point of view, even though we might not agree with them or accept their actions. I'll ask you now, how often do you ask strangers, other people, good questions to make them understand that you can see from their perspective? My second experience happened long ago when I was at university doing my master's. One afternoon, when my sister called me, crying about my brother and his friends getting into gang war, which has turned deadly, unfortunately. They've threatened to come to the house to attack him, and since I'm the stand-in dad, due to my parent being away, I felt like I had to do something. I managed to find the home of the gang leader. I went there. When I got there, I said to him, I don't know you, and I believe you don't know me. I have no issue with you at all, and I believe you have no reason to have one with me right now. But your gang has an issue with my brother. I'm not here justifying any of their actions, but Sunday is my brother, and I want to find a way to put it to rest without anyone else getting hurt. He said to me, you think you are tough, showing your face here. I could stab you right now. For which I said, yes, you could. But I'm here talking to you at your home. Confused, not sure what to make of a lone guy calmly showing up at his home, we came to an understanding that they will leave my brother and his friends alone if they stayed out of their area and if they will apologize. I said to him, they're not going to apologize. They're too proud, too much adrenaline, they're not going to do it. Long story short, I apologized for them. He accepted it with lots of reservation, which I totally understand for a man of his stature and position. You see, when we ask other people good questions, if we make them understand that we can see from their point of view, their perspective, where they're coming from, even we don't accept their actions. I'll ask you now, how often do you ask strangers you do not agree with good questions to make them feel like you can see from their point of view? My third experience happened not too long ago, and this confirms everything I've been saying up to this point. A couple of months ago, I was on my way home. As I walked past these two guys, then I heard this very loud shout in my direction. Hey, you that guy. Confused, not sure what to make of that. I turned around, I went, nope, you got the wrong guy, mate. He continued with with confidence in his voice. No, you that guy. Pointing at me, you're that guy they call the man in white. You're Murphy, aren't you? Since he knows my name, I don't know what else to say. I said, sure. After introducing himself as John, he continued. I just wanted to say thank you. What you did last year was really cool, and it has really changed my life. You see, I've always had self-confidence issues since I was young. Finding it very difficult to stand up for myself and even more difficult to stand up for my friends since I can't even do it for myself. I have an 8-year-old son, you see, and sometimes I wonder if he thinks that I'm a coward. Seeing what you did on that day, facing all those people with no fear and no fight has really changed my way of thinking. And sometimes when I find myself in a very tense situation, I start thinking, what would Murphy do? I started laughing at this point. I don't know why. I was just laughing in his face because it sounds like something I don't hear every day. Then I went, really? He responded, you live in my head rent-free as my mental coach. So the least I can say to you is, thank you. You have no idea how much impact you've had in my life. You're a national hero, a personal hero in my own life. The thing is, our small and big actions ends up vibrating through people's lives for a very long time, just like the butterfly effect. And when we start asking ourselves good questions, which is very imperative, this makes us understand more about ourselves. Now, I want to ask you, how often do you ask yourself good, honest questions that make you understand about who you are? You see, when we start asking ourselves and other people good questions, it makes us become a good leader to ourselves and other people. And being a leader in any situation requires making a choice. And that choice starts by asking ourselves the right questions. And I believe every single person can become a leader to someone or something in any scenario if we start asking the right questions. And I believe as well that everyone can become a leader to someone, even if that someone is the one you see every single day when you look in the mirror. You. Now, I'll ask you again. How often do you ask yourself good, honest, hard questions that makes you create more connection with yourself and makes you understand more about who you are?
Our next act is a music act. He is a multi-talented singer and songwriter, and as he grew up, he had many inspirations of lyrical, hip-hop, and R&B, and now he's developed his own style as an independent artist. Please show a very warm welcome to the stage to Pash.
We can take flights, we can do it better all day, all night, oh. Cruising with no seatbelt. Tell me if we're dreaming. Be my last lifeline. Tell me what I gotta do to give it to you right, oh. I can keep a secret. Watch us way up when we're up in the clouds. We ain't never come down till tomorrow. Watch us way up, we gon' get out of town. We be laughing out loud, baby, let go. Watch us way up, don't overthink it. All we gotta do is just feel it. Watch us way up, all the way up. We ain't never come down, we gon' stay up. Take off your uniform, baby, you've been waiting for me by the door. I'ma keep you sleepless, you already know the reason. Take off the uniform, baby, we go deeper than we ever been before. I'ma start the feeling that will last you for the weekend. Where we are right now, no one's gone before. Is you ready? Watch us way up when we're up in the clouds. We ain't never come down till tomorrow. Watch us way up, we gon' get out of town. We be laughing out loud, baby, let go. Watch us way up, don't overthink it. All we gotta do is just feel it. Watch us way up, all the way up. We ain't never come down, we gon' stay up. Watch us way up, all the way up. Way up with me, baby, way up. Watch us way up, all the way up. Stay up with me, baby, stay up. Where we are right now, no one's gone before. Is you ready? Watch us way up when we're up in the clouds. We ain't never come down till tomorrow. Watch us way up, we gon' get out of town. We be laughing out loud, baby, let go. Watch us way up, don't overthink it. All we gotta do is just feel it. Watch us way up, all the way up. We ain't never come down, we gon' stay up.
Tack så jättemycket Ted. Fint är ni. Mitt namn är Pers. Sean, Tevin. Woo! Nej, ta med bästa. Vart är Sean? Eller vad säger vart är Tevin? Han sprang iväg. Vänta, jag sen ska... Nej.
Where are you in your life right now? Are you looking to take the next steps forwards? These are the questions that led to our next speaker, personal journey and lessons along the way. He's the host of the podcast, The Side Hustle, where he interviewed business owners all around Sweden. And for him, connection comes from creating value. Please show a very warm welcome to our last speaker today, Fouad Shidane.
When opportunities are not given to you every day, and they don't come knocking on your door every morning, how are you supposed to take the time? And how are you supposed to create more value for yourself or the world? Such a profound question, right? But let's think about it. With everything we got going on every day, how are we supposed to take the time to follow our dreams? How are we supposed to take the time to take that first step with that side hustle you've been dreaming about? Before I answer these questions, just help me answer one question. What does a 20-year-old student, a 5-year-old kid, and a dictator have in common? I got the answer. They all believe they can conquer the world. And for my part, I haven't been 5 for a long time. And I haven't tried being a dictator yet. But that 20-year-old student, that was me. I had just landed a job, a great job, outside of my full-time studies. But I felt stuck. I felt like I was going through a midlife crisis at 20. At 20! So I decided to do what any reasonable person would do in my position, and I quit. I quit to pursue my passions and dreams. And let me tell you this, the first part actually went great. I did quit. Second part was, I did not know what my passions were. And unlike Martin Luther King Jr., I did not have a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, what I did after this is what changed my life. I decided to make a list of companies that I actually wanted to work for, knock on their doors, and just ask them one question. What value can I create for you? What value can I create for you? Because it seemed like everybody's successful throughout time. Doesn't matter if it was in businesses, in side hustles, or in life. They provided value to gain something of value back. Then I found it. The company I wanted to work for. So I went up, knocked on their door, poof, 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 poof. Maybe 2 times, I don't remember. And a man opened the door, a man named Victor opened the door, and he greeted me with a big smile. I greeted him back with an even bigger smile. I said, "Hi, Victor. My name is Fuad Shidane, and you don't actually know me, but I want to work for you and on this project. I want to bring you coffee, drive your kids to school, clean your toilets. Just answer me one question. What value can I create for you?" He laughed and said, "Fuad, I just don't have the time for this today. I'm going to eat sushi with my wife. You'll have to come back another day." I said, "No worries, Victor. I'll be back tomorrow." And just like clockwork, the next day I was back. Knocked on the door. He said he was going to go eat sushi, right? So I brought sushi too. I said, "Hi, Victor. My name is Fuad Shidane, and now you do know me. And I want to work for you and on this project. I will bring you coffee, drive your kids to school, clean your toilets. Just answer me one question. What value can I create for you?" The rest is history, my friends. Victor took me in as his intern, and after a few months of hard work, I got the opportunity to create and host business events, to meet leaders, to build relationships. And right then and there, in that moment, I had found the value I wanted to create. But I'll get back to that in a minute. But what happened here and what happened next is something that did not only affect me, but it affected the whole room. The pandemic hit. And seeing so many people losing loved ones, seeing so many people losing jobs, ways to provide for themselves and their families, I wanted to help. But I wanted to help in my own way. So I went back to basics. And I decided to ask everybody I know one question. What value can I create for you? I can tell you this, you guys will not be forgetting that question. Today, I'm a podcast host guy, and I run the podcast, The Side Hustle. My vision with The Side Hustle was that I was going to interview entrepreneurs and successful business leaders, not on how they create and close big deals today, but how they created small opportunities for themselves in the beginning. Because that is what matters. And I can tell you this, I did not know anything about a podcast. I did not know how to use a microphone. And one day, whilst I sat there in my second office where I do some serious thinking, the toilet, I decided on the name The Side Hustle. And I decided it will consist of amazing interviews together with my team behind me, and we would also help and fundraise and build an educational platform in less fortunate suburbs across the country, like the one I come from, and help teach them about business. So, what I did, like most people do, I went onto Facebook, went into a group chat, and looked for a call log. How do I find these people? And I found a call log to the most successful people and everybody on the who's who list of Sweden. I gave them everybody a call. I gave them all a call, actually. A lot of them know, I can tell you that. They didn't even know who I was. But how that conversation started was that I picked up the phone and said, "Hi, my name is Fuad Shidane, and you don't know me. But I want to interview you about your journey. I want to laugh and cry with you for an hour. Are you down?" Now, you guys might actually be wondering, did this work? It led to that in the first season, we got 30 episodes, thousands of listeners, and together with an amazing team, an amazing foundation, we fundraised over 500,000 Swedish crowns to bring an educational platform and an entrepreneurship competition to the less fortunate suburbs in the whole of Sweden. And the amazing part with this competition was that it was so many people that applied. Hundreds of people applied, and a handful of people got the seed money to start building on their idea, to start building on their dream. And creating the podcast was actually a reaction to the pandemic, because there weren't enough platforms that provided the basic tools of how to create your own value. Now, you guys should, by this point, have two questions for me. Fuad, what is value? And why side hustles? Well, value for my part, and what it is something that you actually get to decide. You're the master and owner of that definition. I know for my part, and something I realized, remember how I said I would get back to it, and I had found the value I want to create? Well, for me, it was that side hustles is one way. I've been creating value my whole life. And what I wanted to do is help people provide their value to the world. So it doesn't matter if you're the barista that brings a smile to your clients' faces each morning with an espresso, your own espresso, or the university student that sells t-shirts online to pay for your ice cream addiction. True story. My key takeaways from traveling the country and interviewing everything from millionaires to billionaires to investors to authors to musicians to brokers. What else? Maybe yoga instructors? Everybody! My key takeaway is the value, you with me? The value you want to create and are great at creating is already inside you. It's the thing you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. And what I choose to add to that is that a side hustle is one way you can provide your own and unique value to the world. So why not just give it a try? It doesn't matter if you want to sell paintings, if you want to start drop shipping, or sell your 95-year-old grandmother's old chairs. Just try. So my key takeaways and my ideas I believe are worth sharing is number one. It's not going to be easy. You're probably and most likely going to hit some bumps on the road. But when you keep pushing through, when you push through the hard days, and when you push through the hard times, and you get to the other side of pain, there's something beautiful on the other side. Something beautiful that will help you build upon yourself. And the last and second idea I believe is worth sharing. You with me? These are profound life lessons, real profound life lessons from a 23-year-old on stage. My final idea I believe is worth sharing is that if you ever want to create your own value to the world, just pick up the phone, call one person, and ask them one question. What value can I create for you? And remember this. I like your smile. Remember this. If I can, you can. So, we'll give it a try. I need you everybody in this room to stand up. And I need everybody, come on now. I need everybody to stand up. Up there, down there, everywhere. I need you guys to stand up. Because we're going to say this question together. What value can I create for you? You with me? Yes. Okay, on 3. 1, 2, hold on. You guys really like this word, I'm sorry. You with me? On 3. 1, 2, 3. What value can I create for you? One more time. What value can I create for you?
What an amazing day this has been. I can still feel the energy buzzing in the room. You came here with the curiosity to learn more, to discover, to look at connection under all its angles. Hopefully, you've taken away some tools, some ideas, some concepts to support you to connect on a deeper level. A great TEDx event is one where you leave with more questions than you had when you first arrived, where more doors have been opened in your mind. What conversations are you going to start? Which one will you have tomorrow? Will you dare to tackle the topics of money, sex, and death? Or will you discuss sustainability, looking at greenwashing or the food industry? Perhaps you'll talk about place identity or transparency in democracy. You'll start to ask great questions and maybe seek to create value in innovative ways. The day does not end here. You're all invited to join us on the Scandic Ribinen rooftop bar to take the conversation further. It will be an opportunity for you to meet the speakers, the TEDx organizers, and it would be wonderful to see you all there. It has been a joy and a privilege to be your host today. And in the words of the author, E.M. Foster, only connect. Thank you very much. Okay.